power because what is this? The panel is the power, right? When we say
Mhm.
panel, we're saying the thing that is bringing the power from our public utility into our building. Okay, so the panel board, this board is the intermediary, right, between public utility, all of that very high voltage wire that comes in, and then us bringing it into this panel, and this
Mhm.
panel gives us the ability to break it down into, you can have an 84 position panel, you can have a 30 position panel, 24. It really depends on what equipment you're trying to power in the building, how many panels you have, or how many positions you have in the panel.
Mhm.
So the electrician's job is the electrician and electrical engineer, right? The electrical engineer determines the size of the panel because there is a certain equation that you use, okay,
Mhm.
to determine, okay, the lights and the signs, that's going to uh, take 34 18-volt amps, and the outlets take up this much, the water heater that much at
Mhm.
100%, it's going to use that much, okay, voltage per amp, I think, largest load at 25%. Okay, so they
Mhm.
know how much power the building needs to run properly based on everything that's in the building. And so the panel
Okay.
board just tell the electrician what gets connected at each position on the panel based on what the electrical engineer has designed.
Mhm.
You know, all the design of the electrical engineer. The electrician understands it and just, comes and physically puts it all together. Okay, and so, yeah, we got to figure out how many of the different types of breakers we need. Okay, this much we don't really care about. Sometimes if you don't know the wire configuration, you can look on the panel. Sometimes it'll tell you. I've had some luck with that. Okay, so
Mhm.
the takeoff, let's go over it again. The takeoff, we need everything from the power plan, and make sure you, uh, look at every one of the keynotes to make sure
Okay.
you're the conduit or whatever. Okay, so all the counts, all the linear conduit and wire runs, and all of the home runs, and then all of the MC cable runs.
Okay.
Okay, and some things are underground, so make sure you note what's underground. Let me see. Underground, let's see. Okay, so if you read Keynote 10, you'll know that that's underground conduit. And so somewhere in your takeoff, I should see underground, I call it UD, 1.5 inch conduit. Okay, because
Okay.
that would be PVC. Underground, we use PVC as opposed to EMT, as opposed to rigid steel. But again, those are generalizations based on most of the projects that underground PVC. It could be something else, but what it is for certain, we learn from the specifications. And I'll have all your corrections made by tomorrow, and everything noted on all of the things that you submitted. And if there's anything that needs to be redone, I'll let you know. And to
Okay.
be expanding the office hours, but if you need any additional time, again, you can go to the schedule that's on my home page all the way down to the bottom. There's a scheduling. Click on construction services because there's a couple choices, and then there'll be a lot of opportunities for you to set up office hours with me. Like if you need help after
Mhm.
today, go there because we can meet an hour, 45 minutes, outside of this time to help you if you're confused or
Mhm.
whatever. Okay, so just look for that
Now,
at today.
okay, I got one more question. Let's say I'm doing a takeoff, right? I count everything and stuff like that. When you export that, is it just going to have the information for the material? That's all, right? It's not going to have any pricing or anything, correct?
Right, unless you program this, right? On the right side, you can go to,
Mhm.
and I've never programmed it, so that's not something, I would say go to YouTube. There's a zillion YouTube videos on how to, let's see, we're only the see electrical. I think I would. I see plumbing, and oh, I'm not all the way down there. There you go. See that there?
Uh-huh.
Then you could just go in and see now. EMT, they give you some choices, but you can go in there and add, right? And then when you do
Okay.
this, that allows you to, like that first one, if you want to price it by the square foot, and there is such a thing. So if you go in that cost book and look for that, there is such thing as you can price it by the square foot of building based on the type of building. So I would say look at
Mhm.
that. That's a good test question to test.
How do you want that takeoff? Do you want that takeoff with the pricing as well, or just the material?
No. Right now we're just in takeoffs. Okay,
Okay.
pricing
Okay.
2 weeks. Yeah. We're just working on making sure we can do the accurate detailed takeoff. Okay, so just
Okay.
know
Okay.
detail is the key to electrical.
Okay.
And remember, the power plant, like I said before, power plant is going to be the most time consuming and
Okay.
challenging. Okay, and so you have to make sure you find some way to assure yourself that and that you've done every of the keynotes. So I started the order and then I stopped. Okay. So
Mhm.
how I do the takeoffs, all the counts of all of the wiring devices, meaning all of the outlets, all of the duplex boxes for data, phone, everything here that's count. That's a count. Okay, first thing. Switches, whatever. Second, I will do all of the MC cable runs. Okay, that's
Mhm.
number two. And then third, of course, I'm going to leave all of the home runs for last. Okay,
Okay.
and how I pretty much do that and leave all the home runs for last, regardless of the page. Even on the lighting, I'll do all of the light, count all the lights, then all the MC cable, and then leave the home runs for last. And not necessarily all within the same day, especially the home runs, especially if you have a lot of home runs, and you
Mhm.
see how I ran the home runs. Okay,
Mhm.
that I mean, there's nothing in here in this thing. Hold on. Okay. There's nothing in here that says, "Oh, run them this way, run them that way." Okay, but you're going to run them in
Mhm.
the most logical way. Okay, for what we see here. If it's here, we're going to run it. It looks like this is already almost running it. Okay, that's connected here. Then we're going to run this home run just like right there, or this way, or whatever. But just as long as
Mhm.
everything is neat and logical, like you see here. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And any questions though? Any questions? Because I really want you to go back. I'm gonna send you. I'm gonna send you my takeoff so I can
Okay.
get it to that, so you can compare when you do yours. Now, don't copy, but I want you to
No,
do
no,
yours.
I need a.
Yeah, then this is a good guideline. And then if you have questions, like, well, where did you get that? And everything, all my stuff is abbreviated because we don't have 10 million hours, right, to type
Right.
things.
To be typing everything.
Yeah, and I also have a video of this takeoff. Okay, so you'll have the
Okay.
video, you'll have the actual takeoff. Okay, and then my video explains it kind of like I'm explaining it right now. So you'll have it fresh up front and what to do. Okay, I know this is the most
Mhm.
difficult part, and it really just depends on how the plans are put together too. How difficult I mean, 57 keynotes. I mean, that's a little excessive. I mean, it's really just a little excessive. Like they could have just put 7 in TYP. That would let me know everything here is the same. No, they put 50,000 times. So it
Mhm.
depends on how they design the plans. But your job really is just to make sure you hit every keynote because there's no
Okay.
telling what you need to do. Some may not apply to you, like 60 inches up the wall. You don't really care about that. You know,
Okay.
you may. I mean, once you win the job and then you start to actually go there, and then okay, well, then yeah, But at this point, no. But
Okay.
ceiling, I mean ceiling and roof outlets, those are different because the roof ones have to be waterproof, and so
Mhm.
if ceiling, yeah, it's additional labor and material to put that outlet in the ceiling. So things like that you want to know, account for. And if you have a question when you're doing the takeoff and you're reading the notes, like, is that something? Just email me and I'll let you know instantly if that's something you should be thinking about. In terms
Okay.
of should I add that to the takeoff? Okay.
Okay. All right. I will definitely start working on that again.
Yeah, no, I want you to redo that. I'm going to send you mine. You'll have the recording. I'm going to put the recording in the somewhere where you'll have it. You'll know, or just because it's already on like a YouTube format. So I'll send it to you. You probably already saw it. So I'll send it to you with that and my actual takeoff. Work on that. Give me that back as soon as you can, and then to remember by 6 o'clock today that schedule will be set for you to add like office hours if you need additional time outside of class. Otherwise, I'll just revise just the takeoff. Now, everything, all the conduit and wire, all the breakers, everything lights, everything we talked about, MC cable, links, all that.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I did have one more question that I guess my husband wanted me to ask you. You're the one who does a lot of estimating and have rough ideas. He estimated a job for a duplex, residential, and I guess his opinion, I guess he wants your opinion. He got his bid for $12,000 and something. He wants to know, do you think that's too high or does he still need to lower it?
Hey, and that's the thing. Everything is different, even if it's the same Starbucks and it's like laid out differently. It could be different in price. The only way for me to know is really for me to estimate. So he already won it, or he's getting ready to submit it?
No, he hasn't won it yet. I mean, he's been submitting some bids, but he's not getting them. He doesn't know if it's either his pricing or and he lowered it. He went down to the 10% because he was doing more than that, and he lowered it down to the 10% and then the 49, of course, right? But it's like we're having difficulties for him to get, win these jobs. So in residential, he knows that it's cheaper because he knows a lot of other electricians that do residential, and they're usually bidding like $8,000, maybe $9,000 on duplexes. So he's like, he doesn't have a clue if it's too high or not. He feels it's okay, but then he knows other people that will do it for $8,000.
Well, I mean, the only thing I can advise him to do is just to let me do a couple of them and see.
Okay.
Because
what's your price for the estimate?
It really depends on the kind, on what it is, but I'll give you guys like half off because I really just want you to win one or two. And then you'll see, I can win that easy. Because yours is the most difficult thing to bid, and if you don't have a lot of experience, you're going to you miss a lot unless you have somebody that really can help you win until you get the hang of it, And so what I would recommend, if he gets a lot, if he has one or two coming up, I'll give him a good price. Just tell him to let me do maybe even one of each.
Weakness, I think what he's selling to is one is possibly maybe the pricing, and the second one is his wording, how he sends an estimate out to a client. I think that's his weakness is how to send it, what all needs to be included on there, what's not. So I think probably the best thing is probably have you do maybe a couple of them for him, and then that way he gets an idea of what it is, and so I can get on my feet.
Yep, tell him let me do a couple of different kinds, and then have the hang of it. And two, we could just go over it because I'm just thinking that's all he would need, and it's really difficult if you are doing it on your own, But I'm almost certain. It can't be any different. Just like my guy in New Jersey, right? He won the very first one I did, and it was mad at me because he didn't turn it in on time. Like, well, how is my? I get blamed for everything. That leader always gets blamed. So tell him, but most of all, just tell him I won't charge him like I don't know him, because I want him to show him that he can win, and then he'll be happy to pay me anything. You
Yeah,
don't have
I'm
to.
sure he will because right now, like I said, he's bidding on quite a bit of them, and it just seems that we just don't get them. You know, we had one client called us on one of them and gave us a hope, and then turned around and never called us back. You know,
Okay.
so it was like, oh,
Make sure, tell him too, if he's going to have me do some, I want to also do ones that he lost on my own,
okay,
but just tell him to
okay,
give me what he used for his lighting and the switch gear. I don't need none of the other pricing, you know? And let me
okay,
compare what I would have given him as the price compared to what he did. Any of the ones he lost. And I'll do,
okay,
tell him to give me one of
yeah,
those too. If he, look, if he sends me at least two to do that he's gonna pay me for, I'll do those for free so he can compare, so he can see.
okay,
Because I'm
okay.
telling you, it only takes somebody helping him, especially now that he's on his own, and he could beat out
Yeah,
everybody. Kind of just know. So I'd be interested in seeing the ones that he lost and see
okay.
what I've given him as the price.
Perfect. I will definitely let you know, and then we'll get that because I'm sure he will.
Yeah.
So he's been struggling. He's been struggling trying to win them, and he just can't. I mean, he gets jobs, but it's because he knows this DC that we're currently doing. But like new jobs that we've seen on Plan Hub, he
Yeah.
gets on bids and he just can't. he never wins them.
Can knock them out. I'm telling you. Tell them to go through and send me some that are due or whatever
Okay.
in the next couple of weeks. I will
Okay.
definitely, and then I'll video them for you so you can see what I did, and you guys can start to make a little library of that stuff. And I'm telling you,
Oh,
it's only going to take you. I mean, by this time next year, you guys will be knocking it out. But you got to start
that would
somewhere,
be
you know, and then start keeping a
okay.
library of stuff if you ever got questions. And I'm doing them very detailed too, so you'll be able to know just where to go to look for just what you need.
Okay.
Okay?
Will do. I will let him know. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You and I'll be looking for your stuff, and then I'll wait to hear from you guys, and then yeah, we'll go from there. Tell him it's just a matter of time with him winning, and now that he's lost enough, the gods are gonna be with him. So tell him don't worry at
Okay,
all.
I will let him know.
Man, I gotta turn these down. I got too many. Yeah, I told you. You just gotta get the magic, and you'll be fine.
Okay, I will
All right,
definitely let him know.
rest of the week, and I'll wait to get your stuff, and yeah, I'll have you all updated by the end of the day today. Okay?
All right, thank you.
Bye. All
Bye
right.
bye.
Okay, so in this recording, I'm going to go over briefly how we go from the takeoff, which is over here on the left, to filling in the estimate. And so I'm going to blow up the takeoff because I'm going to put it on another sheet. And so let's make it bigger. Okay, so the takeoff you're going to get from when you finish doing the takeoff, if you're using Plan Swift, then there's a way that you can print this. But basically, this is the takeoff. This is how many dupe outlets, 12, dupe in the ceiling, 3, quad, 3, GFCI, 1, J-box for the data and phone, which is a duplex junction box. We have 1, 3/4 inch conduit, about 360 feet, an inch conduit, about 100, and this is all based on the takeoff, based on the plans on either the power or the lighting plan or both. Okay, so a junction box, data and phone, so that looks like the duplicate of that one. So we have another one. UD is underground power and up, meaning we have it underground, but then we want it to come up at some wall. So we can add the up part and the transition part added to the 11 feet. Underground conduit 1.5 inch and up about 11.5 feet, linear feet, all based on the takeoff, based on the plan. And 1.5 inch conduit to the telephone. And that's about to the telephone backer board, which is about 31 linear feet. Power wire, remember this is the MC cable, it's not the home run. We have about 161 feet. Home run, we have 394 feet. Okay, and so what is that? When we talk about the home runs, it's 3/4 inch conduit. Inside that conduit is 2 number 12s and 1 number 12 ground. So in terms of number 12, then it would be what, about 900 if we round that up to 300. So it'd be 300 linear feet of the conduit, 3/4 inch, and we know the home runs, unless it's otherwise noted, is 3/4 inch conduit with 2 number 12s for the hot and the cold, and then 1 number 12 for the ground. So that's 3 number 12s inside that. So that'd be 900 linear feet basically for the number 12 for this alone. Then we have junction boxes for the power plant, junction boxes for the camera is 6, junction box for the exterior sign is 1, rooftop unit power feeder, 36 linear feet, GFCI outlet that's waterproof, 1, and then these are all of the light fixtures and the counts. MC cable is for the MC cable for the lighting plan, and then this is a home run for the lighting plan. And these some more lights we counted. Occupancy switch in the wall is 1. J-box lighting 3. And then the switches, the override switch, switch bank 111, switch keyed dimmer 1, and other lights 1 and 1. Speakers are 4, although we had junction box for this. Oh no, junction box for the camera was 6. And emergency backup, battery backup is 6. Okay, so this is the full takeoff for our project number 1. And so what we're going to do here is take an existing Excel, and let me get the takeoff over here. Oops. Let's move that over here. Move it to the other screen so I can still see it while I fill in now our sample. Let's make that just a little bit bigger. Okay, and so this is how, well, let's make it a little bit smaller. This is how we format our electrical Excel spreadsheet. Okay, so contractor contact info, best students ever. Now, this estimate is subjected to a final site visit prior to confirmation of cost and is based on plans dated, and I have to check the date of our first project on the plans. I don't have that uploaded on this one, but we'll put that date there. So whatever the date is from the permit date on our actual sheet that we used, or the addendum date for the very last addendum based on the plans, okay? So we used, this is a different estimate. So what we do first, I always do, is I use existing ones that are pretty filled in with everything I need, maybe not so much in this case because I think we need 1.5 inch. Okay, and second part of this is now going to the cost book and finding the prices for ones that we don't already have in here. So again, this is one that we've already done. So normally what I do is I'm just going to call this project 1, but you would put the name of the project and the address. City, state, and zip code. Okay. So remember, this is an existing one we already have. And we'll put today's date, and this is 3/29, 2023. Wire and conduit single line allowed 100 linear feet. That doesn't apply, so we're going to delete that. Now, we want to zero out everything here. So we put in 1 0, and then we Control C, copy, Control V, highlight, Control V, highlight, Control V, don't go too far. And hopefully you can follow step by step. Now for the lighting, it's going to be totally different lights. So we can just delete all of the, whatever those lights were. Okay, we're always going to have a lift, permit fees, and let's add one. So we're going to add a row in between permit fees and lighting package. So let's highlight that. Upper right, insert, row. Now we have to go back and fill in this with the proper equation. So I just copy an existing row, Control C after I highlight it, and then we highlight this row, Control V. But now I'm going to say switch gear. Because we have the material cost down here in a lump sum, but the labor we determine up here. So whatever our panel is, we'll say 1. That's going to be 0 because the material cost is down here under the lump sum for all of the switch gear. But then we determine from the cost book what our labor should be. Okay, so this first part is just filling in, and now I have my takeoff over to the right, but you don't see it, but I'm going to fill it in. Okay, so we made everything zeros, and because this applies to the the previous, we're going to upper right delete rows. Okay, and then always save. You might get it to automatically save. Okay, so now from our takeoff, our dupes, we had 12, and then we had, it's telling me to free up some space. We'll do that later. Dupe, menu board, that's pretty much the same as this dupes in the ceiling. No, it's going to be a different price. So we had 3 of those, and I know just off the top of my head, it's 89 and 1.25. Okay, so that's 3. We have a single pole switch. That's right here, SW1. And one of those. We have quad, we have 3 of those. GFCIs, all this stuff is usually the same. Always in. Now, junction boxes. Now, this is junction box data phone with the 3/4 inch conduit. So, just normally what I'll do is I'll start to get a piece of paper now. I'll just steal one from my printer. And now I'm going to write out on my piece of paper 3/4 inch conduit because I need for each one of my junction boxes for data phone. So if it's a duplex junction box, I need twice the 3/4 inch conduit. Okay, let me bring that back over here so you can see that. All right. So junction box data phone, that's a duplex meaning 2, but I need a 3/4 inch conduit for each, one for the data, one for the phone, and so that would mean 10 feet for that one, 10 feet for that one. I have one of them, so that's easy. Okay, and so basically what do I need? 20 feet, because 10 feet for that one, when it's duplex, meaning there's 2, so you have an outlet that has one of the outlets is for data and the other one is for the phone. And so in terms of the conduit that goes from the junction box to the ceiling, I'll always allow 10 linear feet per outlet. And because there are two, we need 20 feet, okay? And so on my piece of paper, I'm writing 20 to cover the 3/4 inch conduit for that. Now, I'm gonna go on to this conduit, which is the same 3/4 inch conduit. Now I'm gonna add another 359. You can always round up. And now I'm gonna start a new entry on my piece of paper, 1 inch conduit, and this is all EMT. And two, I always assume EMT and PVC for underground. Now what you always wanna do is look in the specifications to make sure. Okay, so I have another entry on my piece of paper, 170, I'll just do 177 linear feet of 1 inch conduit. Okay, so remember, that's data phone, that's duplex 2. That was actually, should have been added to this one, so we actually have 2. Okay, so we're gonna add another 20 feet. 1 for the data, 1 for the phone. So let's go back to our estimate. I'll take that back over to the side. And so, junction box, 2 gang and duplex, same thing. So we know we have 2 of those. I'm not gonna put my conduit totals, so this is conduit with pull string. I'm not gonna put my totals in here yet until I've finished, but what I will do is add a line. So we highlight it, insert upper right row, leaves an opening, and now I'm gonna highlight that. Control C is copy, Control C, and then I'm gonna insert it here. Control V is in Victor, Control V. But this conduit, I'm going to say it's for data phone. So we know we've broken some down for the phone, and the other, I know it's for, you could even say for power feeders. Okay. So we fill all of these in after we've done everything, and we won't need a number 3. So we highlight that, upper right, delete, row. Okay, and then I'm gonna save it. Okay, so this is our project number 1, that little small retail jewelry store. We're filling in the estimate from the takeoff. All right, so we're back at the takeoff. So we need these, let's see. Let me go back over here. We did the GFC, the junction box, data phone. Let's go back over here. Make sure we have the right 2 gang. Okay, Now we also have 3 inch, okay, 1 to the junction box, data phone, underground power and up. So now I need to, on my piece of paper, I'm gonna say 3/4 inch PVC, because that's what we use for underground power. Underground, let's see. And we have 11 feet of that, and then I'm gonna give it another 6 feet up. So I'm gonna add 6 feet to my regular 3/4 inch, because that won't be PVC. And this is all what I'm writing on my piece of paper, because I'm not gonna fill these in until I have all my totals. But what I will do, because now I know all of these are EMT unless otherwise noted, UON. But now I know, I'm gonna insert row. I know I have Control C. I know I have Control V. It's a little extra step. Now this is for the PVC. I need to make sure I delete some files. so this won't cut me off. I'm gonna be doing that over here to the side in a minute. But PVC and this isn't the same price. So if you do borrow, you gotta zero that out. It's not the same price for PVC and EMT. It's not the same price, and it's not the same material, labor rate. So those we're gonna have to go back, like we'll have to do for a couple other things. Go to the cost book and find that. But first of all, let me do this while I'm recording to make sure it doesn't cut me off. Let's delete that one. Yep, we're gonna, I don't know what this is. Maybe it's recording right now. Okay. I don't know what that is because that's today's date. All right, so back to our, so we had underground power, that's our 11. I have it written here, but then we also have underground 1.5 inch PVC. So I'm gonna add it here because we gotta put in here anyway. And let's do this one. Control C. I'm going for my takeoff. Control V, and now I have to make it. It's 1.5 PVC. And it's not going to be the same price or labor. I have to fill that in. And so write it down here on my piece of paper, 1.5. And we had 11.5, so I'm going to say 12 feet of that. We're going to fill in again all the conduit and wire totals when we're finished, except for MC cable, because whatever that is from our takeoff is what it is. It's not like the home runs where we have to do extra math. And so the next one is 1.5 conduit that is not PVC. Highlight, insert row, and then we're going to highlight that, copy it, Control C, and then place it here, Control V. V as in Victor. And that is not PVC, that's regular. And I'm going to write it down here. 1.5 regular, and we have 32 linear feet of that. And again, we'll fill that out later on the estimate. Next, power wire, which is our MC cable. Power branch circuits, that's MC cable. We have 161 linear feet of that. So we can knock that off. And now power home run is 290. So I just have an input here for 294 linear feet of home run for the power plant. That won't get filled in here until we get all the home runs added, do all the math. Then we'll fill in all of the wire and then all of the conduit. Now we are going to junction box for the power plant. Junction box, let's see which one do we want to use. We can use that because it is a single gang, so it's one power. And there's one of those. And then we want to single gang, one gang, same thing, but we need it for the cameras. We have 6 of those. And we need a junction box that is waterproof. Right here, that's perfect. single gang J-Box, and it is the same thing for the signage. One of those. And let's go back over here. Rooftop unit power. I'm just going to write that down because we need to determine if that's anything other than number 12. So I'm just going to, and we have 36 feet of that. I'm going to just write that down. And we have a GFCI. Waterproof GFCI. We'll have to convert this one. Add $10. No, I'm sorry. Add 15. One. Go back here. I'm going back to my takeoff. Yeah, there's only one. And then what did I say? Add 15. So that's $49.80. Same labor. All right. All right, and now the lights. All caps. So DL2. 31 of those. DL1. 18. We have the MC cable for the lighting plan. Let me say real quick. It's 512. And remember, if yours is within 10%, we're good. Either way. Okay. And then the lighting home run is 44 linear feet. Okay, let's go back to the lights. W2. We have 10 of those. EM1. 4 of those. DL3. 2 of those. S1. 4. Let's see, EM2. Oops, hit the mic with my ring. 2. And then we always put the occupancy stuff and all the extra stuff. OS wall. Oop, what was that? 1. Occupancy switch for the wall. And then we have a junction box for the lighting. Let's go back up here. Let's see. Let's just use, have to change the price. There are 3. Okay. Junction box for the lighting. And then bypass and override switch. Bypass. Override. Switch. We'll have a third part or a part of the second part for the panel information. I don't want to put everything on the one video. So we have that. And it's actually a timer switch. And I'm going to spell check everything when we're finished. And then the switch bank. And remember, the purpose of this is to, you're going to get the prices from the supplier, so we're only filling in the portion for the labor. This would be part of your lighting controls, all of this, which would be a part of your lighting package. All right, and then we have a keyed switch, key dimmer switch. It's part of the lighting control. And then P6, it's like a chandelier or something. 1 and X1. 1. And then speakers, I'm going to put up under here, under additional, because typically we don't install speakers, but in the event we do, this is where it goes. So let's, gotta borrow a line, Control C, Control V, place it, and then we had 6 of those. Oh no, 4 of those. Okay, let's save that, and P5. Let me go back over here. Okay. P5. One. And emergency. Light. Battery. Backup. And there were 6. All right, so now we're going to clean it up. Stop here and then get the panel information and then get the, do a separate for the pricing for what we don't have here. So we have to get the panel information to fill in this part. So we'll have a part 2, and then the part 3 is going to be filling in the prices using the cost book and filling in the prices. But right now what we're going to do is clean up everything that's a 0 that didn't apply to this project. We're going to clean it up out of this Excel spreadsheet, except for everything in the panel section, because we have to fill that in next. And yeah, we'll leave that there, and all of our lights, and we'll save. And so far it's almost 7,000. And see, once you add your lighting package in your panels, you know, that's where it's going to come in. But and then we have to add all of our wire and conduit, but we won't do even this until we do the panel information, because we're going to have the panel feeders. We got to do all of that, figure out where the panel feeders are in relation to maybe if there's a main distribution panel, we have to incorporate that. So we'll do that second. So in this first part, what we did is basically install or modify an existing estimate that we had to correspond to the new takeoff for this new project number 1. We inputted all of the branch circuits or the MC cable, because there's no multiplier there, so we could input that. But we're not going to input the wire or the conduit until we know we have all of it totaled up and all of that. I started the totals on a separate piece of paper from the takeoff. Then we input all of the wiring devices, of course, and input all of the lights and the lighting controls based on the takeoff, and then we're going to come back and do the switch gear and then do pricing. Okay, so this is part of project number 1. Just, use this as your guide to help you input yours. And if you have any questions, make sure you email me. Okay, so in this recording, we're going to quickly go through how we fill in the pricing and the man-hour totals. Now we have the breakers. This is part 3 of our Excel and pricing for this first project for our electrical. Okay, so we have the panel. So we're going to look for the price of the panel. We already know how long it's going to take. And now we're going to really go in here and look for breakers. So we need a 100 amp 3-pole, 40 amp 1-pole, 20 amp 1-pole, 50 amp 2-pole. So let me move this over. Hopefully, out of view. We're going to open the cost book for which you have access to. We're going to go to the electrical, and this is on EMT. So let's go to a search, and let's search for breakers. Okay, so let's see. Circuit breakers, 12240 plug-in circuit breakers with about 10,000 amp. Yeah, I think that's what we want. Yeah. So we're looking for, let's start with 103. So let's use that price, $253. So we're going to put that in 253 over here where you can't see it. Let's put it over here. So we put that there, 253. And then what we need is our man-hour total. And remember, that is the number that is, which one did we use? This one right here? Yeah. And that's the number after the @ sign. So we're going to put 0.2. Okay, so that's going to fix that. And then we need a 41. 2090. Remember, this is bare bones. This is not as if you're getting it from your supplier. This is if you are getting it on your own. They're not bumping it up more than 5 to 10%. Okay, that's how you know you're getting a good bare bones estimate. And then, this is a winning formula. Has been for 14 years, boys and girls. All right, so we need a 52, 4670. And our time, 0.15. And where do we get that from? Where do they get that's industry standard based on the zillions of years that we know that we have been doing electrical. So that's filled in. Now our panel, we have to get that. It's always recommended that we get our panel, switchgear and panel cost, lighting package and switchgear from our supplier. We put it in here. We leave that blank because we've already taken care of all of the man hours related to that up here. Okay, so this bottom is just for our lump sum farm material. Okay, so we're going to leave that blank because we're going to always do that. We can use the cost book for everything else. Okay, so our next step here is to get our scratch paper where we wrote down, and we won't have to do this, we can take that out. Remember, we're editing our Excel spreadsheet. So we're going to delete row. Okay, we're always going to save afterwards. So, oh, you know what? This is saved on another computer, so we won't worry about that now. We'll fix that later. Okay, so our last step, and we're going to come back, and because some things here we had to, because we use an existing one, so we had to edit it, so we went in there and fixed 1.5-inch conduit, but we had to take the price out because it was the price for another one, so that's why we have to now go to our cost book and do all of that. But before we do that, we're going to go back to our scratch paper. and do all of our math for all of our conduit and wire totals, because once we have all that filled in, then we'll go to the cost book, fill in what's missing, and then we're going to have our total final price for this project number 1. Remember, this lighting install only, so we always give each of the fixtures an hour, and our lump sum for the material is down below with the switch gear. Okay, so that's our last price. So bare bones so far, $8,474.28. So we have to come back, and when we get our switch gear, we got to put that in there in this position. We get that back from our supplier. And then when we come back in our next video, we're going to have all of these totals, okay, for the conduit and the wire. We'll have all those totals, and then we'll be done. We'll come back to the cost book, fill in any material cost, labor that we're missing, and then we'll go from there. So look for the next step, and this is step by step. This is the most important part, right? Producing this estimate. So next step, we're going to fill in that missing stuff and get our final price. And then we will discuss how, in terms of this overhead and profit, how I've always been able to recommend different things to my clients depending on how their organization is built. If it's a mom and pop, this is going to be different. And the labor is going to be different as opposed to if it's a big corporation. So you want to come back for that. So make sure you subscribe. Please do. I never ask, but please subscribe and hit the bell notification. If you like electrical estimating, I do have a separate channel solely for electrical estimating, where all new things, stuff you haven't seen here, will be there. And that channel is called The Electrical Estimator. So look for that also and subscribe. And there we'll be giving some one-on-one, 45 minutes at a time. I'd love to teach and make people, to show you, especially electrician, you can win. You can win. You just have to have a winning formula and a strategy and use it the same time every time. So please subscribe, hit the bell notification, and I'll see you next time. Okay, in this short video, here we have gone ahead and inputted all of the breaker information as well as the panel information from the takeoff. So as far as the breakers, we had one 100 amp 3-pole, we had one 40 amp 1-pole, and we all counted that all from the panel. And we had 16 of the 20 amp 1-pole, and then one of the 50 amp 2-pole. And so here, I'm going to open it up a little bit. So we'll open it up. Now, the next video, next short video is going to be us going to the cost book, online cost book, and getting the actual cost and then the man-hour units. But I know this is a panel L is a 42 position panel. And I know that the typical man-hour that they give to install that panel is 15.1 man-hours. So I already know what it is for that one, but we will go and see if we can find a good enough material cost for that panel. But it's always advised that we get that directly from the supplier and then put in the lump sum amount down here. But here we're going to go ahead and always make sure we have all of the labor man-hour information in there. So we're going to go to the cost book to find the cost of these breakers, as well as, because we can use the cost book for the breakers, even though the supplier will give you the breakers too, but you, again, the cost book is going to give you the bare bones cost. So you always want to use that first, compare it to what you have or what you're given. And that's why it's crucial to make sure you have more than one supplier. Okay, and so this is the switchgear information. And two, looking at the plans, there is no indication of where or the distance from the panel, okay, to the main distribution. Okay, this gives us, I think it gives us a distance. So we'll have, it says no more than 8 feet. No, this gives us a distance. So run 8 feet. Okay, so this is our single line. So from the single line, it's going to give us our wire and conduit runs, or the type of conduit and the number wire that we need to use for the assembly, right? We're going to get that always from the single line diagram. But in this case, it's not showing us the distance between, any distance between the meter, okay, and the new panel. And so what we've done is just assume that we are going to give it an allowance, because you always want to give it something. We're going to give it an allowance of 100 feet. And so what we're saying here is 100 feet of 2-inch, 100 times 4 of this wire, and then 100 feet of number 8. And that's what we're going to end up filling in. And that's the last thing. Oh, look at me. That's the last thing we need. We have a lot of stuff going on over here. That's the last thing we need to fill in all of our wire and conduit totals for our estimate. So that'll be video number 3, and that'll be the last thing. So look for that coming up shortly. If you have any questions, make sure you review it. But again, in this video, we are concentrating on going from our takeoff to filling in everything that applies to this estimate, editing our Excel spreadsheet and doing it in a way that it's easy and it makes sense. All right, so any questions, let me know, but we're going to go on to the next step.
Hey everybody, this is Stacy, and thank you for joining me. In this video, in this series of videos, we're going to discuss electrical. In particular, this restaurant weekend called Dave's Hot Chicken. And so we are going to go over my 3-step process, right? We always want to do the first step is the very accurate detailed takeoff, and that's what we're going to do now, but we're going to go over it specifically for electrical and specifically for kitchen. And what we need to think about how we need to approach it when we do the kitchen. So I hope you'll join me for this and the other 2 parts, where our 3-part process is 1, the takeoff, 2 is pricing. We're going to go over the cost book and how we use it to determine our man hours and also our material costs. And then we're going to do the final step, step 3, which is also always the professional Excel spreadsheet that we have designed specifically for electrical. That shows everything, and it shows the quality of your takeoff and the work that you put into it. And it always produces a quality estimate, and you're always competitive. So if this is something that you do, please make sure to subscribe, hit the like button and the bell notification. That way when I am doing only electrical, which we do everything, meaning all of the trades, all of the divisions, all of the aspects of the trade, including safety, you'll make sure to join me. So let's get started. So, on the electrical set for the takeoff. So we know when we have an electrical set, we have a couple of things we need to look at. We have to do the takeoff on the lighting plan. We have to do the takeoff for the power plan. We have to look at the single line diagram. We have to look at the power panels and all of that to do the count. So there are a lot of different things that we need to look at. And when we're talking about a kitchen, the power plan is a little more complicated. You need to think about it in a different way. You need to have a plan of attack when you're actually doing the takeoff for any kind of kitchen, for the particular reason that kitchens have different types of equipment as opposed to like an office. An office may have different types of equipment, but it's like printers and, it's a lot of printers and a lot of scanners or whatever. But when we're talking about a restaurant, we have coffee machines and fryers, the things that we don't even see that they use to process fast food. All of those types of equipment they usually have different dryer configurations, meaning the power feeder for that piece of equipment isn't the standard 2 number 12s and 1 number 12 dryer. Usually it's something different. And so you need to approach it with that perspective and knowing that when I look at the power plan, I need to have a plan of attack. And so I'm going to show you my plan of attack that I perfected over time. And remember, every set of plans is
is different because every electrical engineer designs them differently based on their likes and dislikes on symbols. And usually the standard symbols are used, but sometimes they use different stuff that they like or things that you may think is, it's one thing, but it's a combination of a couple of things. And you have to make sure you look in the symbols list as well. So electrical is the hardest, in my opinion, other than maybe structural, but structural is not hard other than time consuming. But when we talk about hard, we're like, you need most of your time. You have to have a very good eye for detail, and if you, it's just going to take practice. The more you do like anything else, the better you're going to get. So let's look at the takeoff. So this is part one. This is for the takeoff, and if you are interested, I do sell study modules that are samples that are similar to this, that gives you all the details first about how to estimate a particular trade, and then I give you sample projects. So we'll give you a school, we'll give you a recipe, we'll give you whatever it costs to your trade, and increasingly higher so you can get it. So here we go. So it really depends on your time, but I always like to start with the power plan first, because the power plan has like I said, for a kitchen, it has so many different things and so many home runs that you have to really take your time and do a kitchen estimate and take your time. So I like to start with the hardest stuff first, which is the power plan. So let me turn off some of the lights, and then I'm going to go through my kind of plan of attack and explain what we're looking at, and the best way I think would be to do any kitchen. Hope you like the music. Just kind of makes it better, I think. As long as you can hear me and more me than the music. You're supposed to stop when I talk, but in this echo mic, we're gonna get one new one for our birthday. All right. So what are we looking at? Now, when we look at a kitchen, it's gonna give you a way to determine, or it's gonna mark out the kitchen equipment. And so these ovals here represent, there's a schedule somewhere, and I'll show you. And this is a very bad way to do it, okay? Because this is the equipment list, but for the electrical, this doesn't really help us because it's giving us the shelves. We don't care about the shelves. We do care about the walk-in freezer and cooler to the effect that we have to power it. And so it would be nice to know what wire configuration these pieces of equipment require, which this equipment list doesn't give us. And so this is going to require that the electrician do a lot of extra work that the estimator can't do. Other than measure the lengths, I'll give you the lengths from the walk-in cooler, walk-in freezer to the panel that it's connected to. But as far as the wire configuration, meaning number 12, number 10, number 8, it has to be noted somewhere else. And it's probably, I can't remember. But those are things that you think about and you look at when you're doing an estimate for a kitchen that has tons of equipment. So they threw all of the equipment all on one list. So like the faucet, I don't care about that as the electrician. But seeing these numbers on the left are the marks. So those are the numbers that you're going to see in that oval. Okay, so let me try to find something related to electrical. There we go, under counter refrigerator. Okay, so 21.1, there's an oval somewhere with that number in it, okay? And the good equipment schedule will have just the electrical equipment on it. And then it will also tell you the outlet, if it's NEMA 515P, whatever, the specifications. It'll give you something more detailed for you to use other than, in this set, it's just giving us it's just giving you the equipment tab and the standard representation for a outlet. So if it doesn't tell us here, it's a NEMA whatever, and it doesn't tell us in the equipment schedule that it's some kind of specialty outlet, so I can differentiate it from general purpose outlets or from the ceiling receptacles. Because these, number ones tell me something, and those are the keynotes, right? So that tells me what to do, and then these identify what equipment is connected to that outlet. Okay, and so what I tell everybody, if you're new to even estimating, if you buy a module, you'll be as almost as good as me, because I'm only good because I've done it every day, 10, 12 hours, sometimes 16 hours a day for the past 14 years, and it never said no to any type of estimate. Because if you have a set of plans and you have a good takeoff software, which this is, you can do any estimate. You have a good way of determining cost, equipment cost, labor cost. That's called the good cost book. And so when I talk to a lot of new contractors who may have like they call the great resignation. Well, I did that 14 years ago with Bush messed up there. Oops, sorry. I did that 14 years ago. Now because of COVID, people are doing it or have done it in the past 2, 3, 4 years. And so a lot of new people, new contractors are going out on their own. But, you know, they're getting the work because they're doing it too cheap. Because this is the part that they're missing. And so it's like, okay, get a module. I'll show you what to do. Step 1, step 2, step 3. You're never going to lose. You're always going to be competitive because this is the way that you do it. The more technical way. You don't guess. You know, if you do it the technical way, this step 1, step 2 that I'm showing you, this is step 1 and a lot of talking in step 1. You'll always be close. And over a while, over time, I'm a nerd, so you have to excuse me, the law of large numbers are going to kick in. So the more you send in bids, over time, you're going to start to win. And it's just going to happen that way. And of course, over time, you're going to know how to do the estimates better. Because the ones you don't win, you're going to try to figure out why you didn't win. Okay? And so if you're going to do this for a living, if you're a contractor for a living and you're trying to make your own way, bidding is a part of the game. Nobody's gonna just give you work when you just start. And if they do, you're probably doing it too cheap. And that's really that's not how it works. And legally, there's some laws out there that say you can't just it has to be competitive bidding. And so you have to learn how to compete. And so this is the way you do it. Step 1, accurate takeoff. And so these are the hardest. You know, the electrician could lose their shirt if they don't know what they're doing when it comes to pricing, because everything is so expensive. Your lighting is expensive. Your wire is expensive. Everything is expensive. And so if you don't know how to price it correctly and make your correct overhead and profit, you're not going to do it. And you'll just basically cut and break even. And, you know, so it just takes time. And it takes, you know, maybe finding people you can trust, you know, and yeah, if you're really street standard, that's what we want, right? And then you add whatever overhead and profit feels comfortable for you. And I'm really talking about to the people, excuse me, like myself that are self-performers. I'm not talking to big corporations that, you know, I really focus on mom and pop people, folks that do the work themselves, and yeah, they don't have time to give a good detailed estimate, but yeah, they need the work. And so you hire somebody like me, or you learn how to do it yourself, slowly but surely. You know what I mean? Okay, so restaurants gonna always show you the equipment. Your challenge for the estimator is to say, okay, is it a standard 2 number 12s, 1 number 12 ground? A couple of things on the plan is going to show you it is or it isn't, or just for pricing purposes, you can assume that it is. Okay, and when you see that, the home run is going only to one position on the panel. See, and this is a representation of some kind of specialty outlet. But again, nothing on there tells me the spec, what type, what's the specification for it, other than it may be orange or something. But if you're in the trade, if you're an electrician, you probably already know, right? But me as the estimator, I'm just going to say specialty outlet as opposed to one of these, because these are both outlets, but they're different. Okay, so that's the detail you have to make sure you acquire, or, you know, the eye for detail, which is real simple. I mean, does not look like that. So yeah, it's different. But over time, you'll learn your symbols. Okay, and we have, you know, it's all equipment. But if you see that the home run is going to only one position on the panel, you can probably assume that you're using 2 number 12s and 1 number 12 ground. And if not, then hopefully it'll tell you somewhere else what the wire configuration will be. And if it's for the mechanical set, chances are there'll be somewhere on the panel or somewhere to tell you what you need. Single line diagram. Okay, and so what we do, and I'm just going to go in the detail that I did do the takeoff. And so I'm looking at all the junction boxes. I'm counting all those that don't tell me something else. So I've read those. And there are more junction boxes, but like these, because it's for the cooler and the freezer, I broke those out separately because they have to be probably, you know, explosion proof or waterproof, especially, you know, if you do gas stations and stuff. Keep in mind, everything there has to be explosion proof, and that is a definitely increasing material cost. Just thinking about that. But these definitely have to be, you know, waterproof, freeze proof, or whatever, you know, as opposed to ones that are outside the freezer. Okay, and so what did I do? The next is the GFCI. Ones that told me that they were that. Okay. So that was 2, must have been 2. Keynote 2. So it told me. Okay, I'm going to pull those out because it told me. And then integrated ground, quads. Okay, you get the point. And so that's what you're going to do, and so I'm going to add on my bubbles. Then we had some outlets that went in the window, duplex, window. Okay, but yeah, it told me. Okay, so the main thing is really make sure you follow all your keynotes specifically. And you see that you could have one keynote in various locations, so pay attention to that too. All right, so we fill it in. And then I did the power wire where we can use MC cable. And that's usually all the branch, all the these, as opposed to the home runs. Those always have to be your, whatever, number 8, number 10, number 12. And so that came next. And then special receptacles for 20 amp, I think. It did say that all of the kitchen receptacles have to be 20 amp as opposed to something else. So I always want to, when I do the takeoff, I always want to give the electrician or whoever, the framer, whatever, as much detail as the plan specifically tell me. Because that's their trade. They're going to definitely know more about the details of that, but at least they'll know, okay, these are different from those, which are different from, you know. Because the ones in the ceiling, in the window, we add additional costs for the support that it takes to have it in the ceiling as opposed to in the wall, that kind of thing. So that's why we always like to pull out the detail, because when it comes to the labor and the material cost of it may be different from the standard, and we want to make sure we pull that out and let the electrician know, and they can decide if it makes a difference. Okay, so we have the junction box, the toggle switch for the fire system, and everything else. A box for the freezer cooler, everything that we don't see. But we know that there is a vertical measure of the conduit and the wire going up and down the walls, okay? And so we had 10%, unless it's one. If we only have one run, say for instance, the power, when I say run, run is the distance of the length of the wire, the conduit assembly. And when we say assembly, right, it's the wire and the conduit. That's the assembly. We can price it. We do display it on the estimate separately. How many linear feet of each type of conduit, and how many linear feet of each size of wire inside the type of conduit. But the assembly is, but we don't price it as an assembly. Only the MC cable is priced because it is already a cable. It is already assembly. Right? There's nothing to put together with that, and the MC cable has a certain configuration within it already, and that's what we use for these things. Okay, so keep in mind. So for the rooftop units where we don't have a whole lot, maybe it's just 30 feet from the roof to the panel, but we do include 10 feet for the vertical measure. But that's only in the case where we have only, one power run for the exhaust fan. Yeah, we will include 10 feet to go there. Okay, but in the case of home runs, so when we have a lot, when we have 500 linear feet or whatever, 200, we just have 10%. That's enough. That's my rule. So you can use that or you can, but it makes life easy, especially when you're trying to produce a lot of estimates. So my home runs, we have two panels, panel A and panel B, and I like to always run them separately. So I look for a run that indicates which panel, and I'll run those separately, and then I'll do the other panel. So I did all the A's, let's see. So all the A home runs, I'm gonna light them up real quick. Okay, so yeah, it gets messy. But what I do is I start closest to the panel. So I probably started here. Going into A. Right there. And then the next where I see an A, I go there. Then I took off all the A's so I didn't get confused. And then I'm going to do all of these. Okay, remember I was saying sometimes it is or not number 12. If the home run is going to more than one panel, it's probably not all number 12s or number 12s. In this case, and it doesn't tell me, so I'll just, I'll let it be known that I'll still use what I should use. Okay, that's that. And so the B ones are there. So everywhere there's a B, and same concept. I start with the B's that are closest to the panel and work my way up. And so keep in mind, I'm not the electrician, right? The electrician may run in a different way, but your job as the estimator is to give an accounting for what is realistic. If I ran it this way, it would be the way that it should be run. It's not like, I'm accounting for every home run, whether I run it this way or I do something crazy and run it like this way, but I'm not going to run it in an unorganized way. Okay. I'm going to run it as organized as possible, and then the good thing now in 2023, you can give your client a copy of the takeoff. So if they think that's reasonable, then they'll be happy. Or they'll at least have an understanding of how you came up with the number. That's most important. So they can add to it, subtract from it. But at least you've got a good representation. So that's the takeoff for the very complicated power plant for this project. Now we go to the very easy Really with this, just count, 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 and measure. Okay, and so once we counted everything, just all the lights, count the lights and switches. And now I'm going to read what number 6 told me, because this said walk the cooler. Okay, so on power plan, it told us about how we're going to power it up. The power was here on the line plan. It's telling me how my lights, the already lights that come with it, and then I just have to connect it to this junction box and the switch. We provide or it may provide the next camera. Okay, so we had that, and some other switches that we have. So as long as you just have a good counting everything that's here, have some string lights, so have to do those too. And then I started the big job of measuring the water. Okay, simple. Just follow the lines. Don't have to do anything other than that. And then the home runs. And all of these home runs went to Pano. The lighting plan is relatively very, very simple. Right? So we have a big switch to install, and then our home runs. This is the neatest, most classical way. Okay. And then last, always we have the data on. And see, this was kind of bad because it doubled up some of them, so I didn't count them. Okay, so I'm gonna count those for our, this is for our data, phone connection, computer connection. So our high voltage electrician will provide the junction box and then the conduit only in 2C. Okay, and so you have to account for that as part of the takeoff. And then the roof takeoff, that's separate. So here, it had a little contradiction on the notes. It gave one different wire configuration, but here on the actual plan, it gave this. And so we went by what was on the plan. Okay, so that's all home runs. And of course, the mechanical equipment is going to give you what the wire configuration should be. And so you want to make sure. And if it doesn't, it's usually, something you need to check out. And of course, all of your disconnects for your mechanical, you need to account for them. If it's a piece of mechanical equipment, there is a disconnect for it, and also a breaker in the panel. But you need to make sure if the electrician is providing the disconnect, or if it's coming with the equipment, if it's new. Okay, and so that's one thing to make sure. So that's another takeoff. And so here, all of we're on the roof, right? And so remember, I was saying before, if you're running one home run, meaning we're running a home run for exhaust fan 1. We know the panels are basically right here. because that's the only one I'm running. And I don't really want to add 10% because that may not be enough or it may be too much. But I know that 10 feet will make it, because I know the typical height from this roof rafter to the floor is about 10 feet, depending on the building, but you want to check that too. But to the panel, that should do it and not make you overdo it. You don't want to overdo it. And so, the last part of your takeoff really is to look at your single line. Okay? Single line shows us all the power components and lighting control. You have to go back physically to the power plan and find the physical location and measure the physical location from your power plan. Okay, and we saw, like, I believe it was like, 25 points, so 26 feet. I measured that already from the power plan, 26 feet. And I think I just gave that 10 feet, even though they're right next to each other. Okay. So that's part of that takeoff. So 26 feet, whatever. Here, what's 3? It's the assembly for that power feeder. So what's 3? 3 is new 2 runs. So I had to do what I say, 26 feet. I had to double it because we're actually running 2 of them. So really 50, you know? So 50 times 4. Gotta make sure that's right. I do so many of them. It's like, wait, 4, 3, the size of the feeder, and then the ground, and then the size of the conduit. That's for that, and then it doesn't have here, so it's probably just number 12, number 12. It'll show you lighting contactors, okay, and the lighting control should be connected. That'll be on a totally different detail. Okay, but last part of your takeoff are all of your breakers. So you go to your panel, 21, 21, 21, 53, number of poles, size. So that's your detailed takeoff for an electrical set for a restaurant. And the key, the thing that you need to think, okay, I have a restaurant. Okay, and this is Dave's Hot Chicken. Okay, this is not even a restaurant. Imagine if you have a real big, full service restaurant. You're gonna have so many more pieces of equipment, so many more panels, so much more stuff. Probably the lighting control will have a couple panels for itself. If it's a real nice place, they'll have so many different types of lights, specialty lighting. Okay, so keep that in mind. So this is a small place. So your first thought when you have a kitchen, the first thing I'm going to look for is the equipment schedule, because I have a long, difficult road to determine all of the specialty outlets from the general purpose outlets, okay? So this is part 1 of our 3-part. This is the detailed takeoff for an electrical set for a kitchen. And so in the end, we hit our estimating tab, and it gives us all of everything we added up all together, all of the links. So now we go print this, and step 2, which we'll be coming to next, will be going here, pricing. Okay, so we'll go to our cost book, we'll open up electrical, and anything that we don't have in our standard Excel spreadsheet. That's step 2. We'll be back for that one. Step 3 is our specially designed Excel spreadsheet for, and this is actually estimate. So I need to check this again, make sure. Just for safety's sake. Yeah, that looks right. 320 linear feet. Okay, that's the thing that bothered me. I'm like, yeah, that's right. And that's the final estimate. So we're going to go over that step 3. All right, step 2 is on its way. Please subscribe, like, hit the bell notification, and let the construction queen know what you want to know. I do everything. Leave in the notes. I need underground utilities. I need to know how to do square yard totals for excavation. I need a safety plan, and you're going to get a violation. Okay, don't get a violation. See you next time.
Hey everyone, I hope you're doing well and having a good Saturday. Let's work on what we need to do for our electrical estimators for our wire and conduit runs. Okay, we can count lights all day, it's no problem. We don't need help with that. But when it comes to running the conduit and the wire, look for the queen to give you expert advice. And yes, I am the queen. I lost a subscriber because I said I want more women in construction. How ignorant is that? Have a wonderful day.
Hey everyone, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services, and I have a student that's asking me a lot of questions when they should just take a class on electrical wiring techniques. And I have to say, I'm not an electrician, but I'm an electrical estimator. And so if you have questions on anything other than, experience is going to give you a lot of clues, and knowing how to read the symbols and asking a lot of questions, and Google is going to help you a lot. But 14 years of doing this, making a lot of mistakes, that helped me a lot. And so there's no one that's just going to learn because I'm good. You're not going to be as good as me, no matter how many times you listen to my work. But experience and time is going to make you good. Estimating is an art. I cook. I didn't always used to know how to cook, but when I had kids, you got to know how to cook or be very, very wealthy if you don't want to cook, right? So over time, I learned how to be an excellent cook by taking my time, getting books, asking people. Same thing with this. I have a degree in electrical, so that kind of made it easy for me to read plans. But to do estimates, it's an art, and you have to ask people that know. You're an assistant to the electrician. You're not the electrician. If you're an electrician, you already know these questions that you're asking me, because those are electrician related questions. And so what I'm going to show you here is just what I normally do on a regular basis. When I get a set of plans, this is the standard. I let my contractor know this is what I'm doing, and communication is key. So when you're doing estimates, if you can give someone a video of it, that'd be a very good thing. All right, so let's get started. Let me get everything ready and let's get started. Now, this is the power plan, of course, right? And so I'm going to take everything off of here except for the electrical wiring
And again, I'm just going to give you what I do. And, if a lot of time it really depends on the quality of the plans, how much information you have, and how good, as far as notes. But when it comes to the wiring, there are 3 scenarios. Okay, there's the home runs. That's 9 times out of 10, the home runs are going to be 3 number 12s, right? Hot, cold, neutral. So it's always going to be 3 for the home runs. When you have the basically daisy chained components, right? They're all, and my contractors, again, I ask the ones that are doing the work, they know what they need. So yeah, they say MC cable, we don't need number 12s for these. Unless, again, if you're doing exterior underground poles, lighting, exterior site, that's usually number 10s, 2 number 10s, and then with the home run. Okay, but then you have to look and you have to ask questions, because you are here to assist the electrician. You're not an electrician. And if you're an electrician, then you already know. But your job as the estimator is to look at the symbols and do your best to make a quality decision on what they're telling you. And it's very simple. Okay, so when it comes to, again, to wiring, you have 3 scenarios. It's the daisy chain stuff, okay, and that's usually MC cable. So I just do straight across. They do all of this, right, because they don't want to mix it up with other lines that are on there. But if you're the electrician, you're not doing all that. You're going from component to component. What this means, it cuts it off, because they don't want to show you where it's going, because again, they don't want to confuse you with all of the symbols. But you can pretty much figure it out. And again, this probably would have took me some time to figure out that this and this go together. How do I want to run it? I usually do things very neatly. So I'll run it from here and line that line up to, or as much as possible, line it up to here, here, to there, or just here, here, and all the way. It really doesn't make a difference, because what you're trying to do is give a good, logical, from an educated guess from what you see here, representation of how much of a quantity of something that you need. Now, the plans are to scale. So when I set the scale, I know if I measure 1 foot or if I measure 10 feet, it's 10 feet. So I don't have to extra guess. You always want to add 10% waste or whatever, but you don't have to do a whole lot other than what you see here. Just like I was telling one of my clients today. When you do an estimate, you're assuming all of the best possible scenarios, not that you got to crawl up under something, that the material's hard to get to the site. You'll figure all of that out once you win and get the site visit, and then you incorporate those new numbers if necessary. Okay, and so when you're new at this, especially a lot of my contractors that are new at it, they think, oh, I give them the price, I can't vary, I can't go out of that price. Yes, you can, okay, because they're asking you to give a price based on plans, not on the actual situation. You may go in there and find a whole bunch of extra stuff or something missing. It's not the way that they say it was here on the plans. And so that's why you add, once you do the work, you do the addendum. Well, you can do addendum before you do the work, but once you've done the work, you've signed the contract, you've started, what is that? A change order. Okay, so don't ever be afraid to say, hey, this isn't the same way it was on the plans, and so we need to adjust the price and labor and all of that accordingly, okay? So the 3 scenarios: daisy chain, MC cable, home runs, 3 number 12s, unless it says. Usually the mechanical equipment is going to say something different. And I think this was number 10s or whatever, but this was existing equipment. And then this said add for the adjustment, meaning I guess they moved the rooftop units one way or another. And so all they wanted them to do is add the additional wire for the difference in, I just did from the beginning, because there's no way again to say, well, where was it at beginning and where's the end? Meaning, where was the equipment before we started and what's the difference? That's too much. So identify where the equipment is and then do the home runs to where they need to go. Okay, so again, 3 scenarios: daisy chain, MC cable, home runs, number 12, unless it says something else, and mechanical equipment will typically be something different than number 12s. And then what's the third? Oh, the third scenario is the mechanical equipment. It's going to be something other. The home runs are going to be something other than number 12. It may be number 10s. It may be 2 number 10s or 2 number 8s, 1 number 10. You need to look on. There should be a schedule either on the panels. You know, it really depends on the plans. I've seen a schedule, meaning the list of wiring for the mechanical equipment on a schedule, meaning on a list. I've seen it on the panel schedule on the panel. So it really depends. I've seen it here somewhere. You know, there'll be a panel or a schedule for the mechanical equipment. I think there was one. Okay, so what is this? We got to count all the breakers existing, so we didn't have to worry about that, but we had to add all those. Okay, so wiring, same thing with the lighting. The lighting's even easier. With the lighting, you're gonna have all MC cable. Okay, nothing but MC cable. Okay, and home runs. Going to usually what is this going to? Position number 7, and the lighting panel. I believe this had a lighting panel. Position number 7. Okay, so nothing but MC cable. So the 3 scenarios. Daisy chain like that, whether it's on your lighting plan or your power plan, it's MC cable. Make sure now. Oh, is it 2? Number 3 is used. Everything's. I mean, for the lighting, it could be now. That's a good question because I had it in a residential. With the lighting, do I need 2 number 12s or 3 or whatever? What I've been told by my electricians, and again, you need to check with your electrician. They're the ones that know the technical specifications of all of this. But my electrician needed 3 because of the switching, the light, 2-way and 3-way switching mechanisms require not 2 wires but 3. Okay, so those home runs, you know, but you want to check your specs, you want to check your electrician. And if nothing else, they're all going to be the same. You can still do your measurements. Lighting home runs, and that's how I break up everything: the power home runs from the lighting home runs, from the mechanical home runs, from the MC cable for the lighting, MC cable for the power. So my electrician can look at my numbers and determine if it sounds right, because they're the professional. If I say I have, 1,000 linear feet of number 12 wire, and I have a kitchen, and usually kitchens require a lot of home runs. If I say I only got 1,000 linear feet of number 12 wire and I've got 60 outlets, that electrician's probably gonna know I made a mistake, because the home runs are 3 wires, right? If I've got 60 outlets, 60 positions, having a 3 wire home run, that's way more than 1,000 linear feet of number 12 wire. And so they would be able to say, that doesn't sound right. Or if we have the power components, all of the panels. Where is the panel? It's not with this. Where? Here we go. So if, I put everything. And so if they don't see a number 3 wire or a number 8 wire on their estimate, then they're gonna know you didn't do something right. Okay, so let me just give you the almost final overview of that what we did. Okay, MC cable, additional, see, we had to look at the details for the lighting, because some of the lights required additional wire from a box to the light. Okay, so we had from the box to the light, and then the MC cable for the whole system, so had an additional So, I mean, this stuff is really an art. But what you always want to do is don't put more than what you see on the plans. Okay, whatever's on the plans is what it is. Okay, so let's see. Let me just fill in the wiring. So I even did the water heater because that was a different from this to the panel. And then I added an additional 10 feet because I don't know why, just for fun. So I'll never be under, right? All right, let's see. Oh, no. Yeah, that's the water heater. And always do the wire last. Oh, I just said I was going to do more. I'm not. All right, so following all the daisy chains. Might miss one or two, but I always add my 10%. And this is still in review. So yeah, that's how I did that one. Because we know those two are connected. Okay, so that's the MC cable situation. And then the home run situation. Okay, so what you're trying to do is you want to give your electrician a, not exact, right? But not under. So if I had to physically go in there as the electrician and run this home run and these plans are to scale, well, yeah, I got to connect it here. Now, I do the neatest, most possible route. You know, I mean, this is my choice in route. But if you've chosen another route, I don't think you'd be much off. As long as you're not doing circles and you do the most efficient thing, the most efficient and neat. Because you got to remember, there may be a specific way they want everything run. If we've got a lot of electronics, like in a police department or even a bank or a gym where there's a lot of gas station, you may have the cable ladders, and they may require that you run it a certain way. But for something like this, we I just do it the most efficient way that looks the best and the neatest. Okay, and that's pretty much that. So your 3 scenarios daisy chain, when you see that, yeah. And then sometimes they don't give you, okay, that's when you got to grow up, okay, and learn a little more. Because sometimes they won't give you these lines. There'll be nothing there. And then they'll have one here saying where it goes. Well, and then it'll be a kind of a pattern. You can figure out, oh, okay, that's what they're doing. Or they'll have a lot of office buildings, okay, where they'll have, every 10 feet or whatever. So they'll have 5 outlets or whatever in each office, not building, well, office building with different small offices. Well, they have 5 outlets, 1 on each wall or 2 on whatever. Well, that's going to be daisy chained together. And then it's probably going to be a home run, or maybe 2 offices daisy chained together in a home run. So in not all cases do they give you the lines to follow. Okay, so that's when you got to grow up and ask some questions and just make some mistakes. Okay, so what else? I think that's it. If you have any questions, you can take a class, and I do have Zoom tutor sessions, 30 minutes, $25. We go over your set of plans, any questions that you have. And after 4 sessions, you get 1 free, so you'll get 30 minutes free. So for $100, you'll get an hour and a half. That's not bad from a queen and a pro. Come on now. You can sign up at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com, but let me know what you think. Make sure to subscribe. I do all of the trades, but I've been getting a lot of requests for electrical because, it's hard if you're just trying to do it, and electrical can cost you a lot of money if you mess it up. Okay, and so 3-step process, take off. Then you got to have a good pricing software. Okay, the pricing software is going to give you your man-hour totals. That's where everybody's messing up. They're not getting accurate man hours, and there's only really one way to do that.
If you want to get it based on industry standards, based on construction, so you're not shorting yourself, you need to get a good cost book or subscribe with me. We have, of course, good everything. What I use is Plan Swift. I suggest you get that, as well worth your money. It's probably $1,600 US. But, I tried to rent mine now and stuff. That doesn't work. So, I've never regretted. I mean, one Plan Swift lasted me 8 years. I supported myself 8 years off of it. At that time, it was $800. So if you want to do well, you got to invest in yourself, whether it's your education, your tools that you use, or your teacher, Stacy. So I hope I've helped you, and you know who you are. If you have any questions, education at sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Thanks a lot. Thanks for being nice, and I will see you very soon. Hello everyone, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services, and today we are going to discuss the basics of electrical estimating and what we need to kind of our methodology when we are putting together our electrical estimate, how to break it down, how to make it easy for you, because electrical has to be the most time consuming and can be the most difficult trade to do an estimate for. You have to make sure you pay good attention to detail. All the symbols look alike, but they are not and tend not to be. You'll find a lot of mistakes. And so the biggest thing about producing the electrical estimate is that you have to have a good counting tool. So you have to have a tool that will assist you in counting and help you in not making mistakes. Okay, and so when we think about the basics of our electrical estimate, we know that the electrical set, if it does not have a site plan, right, will have two plans. It'll have the power plan and it'll have the lighting plan. The power plan is everything in the building that needs power, and it tends to be the most difficult of the two plans. And the lighting plan is the plan where all the lights are and how they're controlled. And then the third thing that makes completing an electrical estimate really difficult is determining your wire and conduit totals for branch circuitry for your power plan. If it's not already noted on the plan, sometimes they'll note it on the construction docs, so you just follow the lines where they lead you, but in a lot of cases they're not shown, especially for the lighting plan, and so you have to make sure you kind of understand, you do understand the symbols on the lighting plan, and that can somewhat assist you in determining a route to draw your lines for your wire and your conduit. For your single line diagram, it's pretty simple because the panels are where they are on the plan, and they go to a particular other panel, and that is where it is, and so it's easy to be accurate with those totals. But again, when you're doing the wire and conduit totals, you're not going to get the exact same number as the electrician, or 10 electricians that are doing the same things not going to get the same number. But what you want to do is make a good effort to represent the branch circuitry and the lighting based on the plans in the best way you can. And in the neatest way you can, because if you're an electrician, you're not just going to throw the wire all over the ceiling. You're probably going to run it, everything that's going to one panel, you'll probably be running that all together somehow, and gathering it all together on one side of the building. And if another panel is in the middle of the building, then you're going to run and route everything towards that way. So that kind of helps too. Okay, and so you need a good counting tool, and you need a good segment tool to measure lines and lengths. Okay, and so we'll look at an actual estimate to show you what you want to think about
when you are doing your getting your estimate together. Now, this is the way I represent it, and I've completed electrical estimates, only God knows how many, and electricians like the format because it's very clear. It tells them everything they need to know, and if they know their trade, which they do, they can determine if the numbers that you're giving them is kind of crazy or not, or overboard. Okay, and so you got to think, okay, number 12 wire, you're going to have always a lot more of that. Because why? Because most of the power components run with 3 number 12s. And so you'll run one length for the conduit, but you got to times that by 3 if we're talking about the home runs. Okay, and so, yeah, so the way we break it down, we have a section for our wire and our conduit. So all of the wire, for even including for the single line, and then MC cable. Most of the branch circuitry can be run with MC cable, where all of the home runs, of course, have to be number 12. Or if it's a particular type of mechanical equipment, it's going to tell you you need 3 number 10s and a number 6, or vice versa, or whatever. And you'll know from that. Okay, and so we break that down, all the wire, all of the conduit totals by length, and of course we use a cost book to give us the material cost for the wire and the conduit. Now, rest assured that if you use a cost book that's very accurate like we do, we use Craftsman, well, our material cost for the wire and the conduit is going to be 5% within local pricing. So not 5% within what your supplier is going to charge you. Okay, so that's a thing to think about too. So if you want to make sure you put the cost of what your supplier is going to charge you, you're always going to tweak these numbers, because the supplier's not going to give you his cost, right? They probably going to mark it up 2 or 3 times the cost per linear foot. And so you have to keep that in mind. Just go by your material suppliers as far as the material cost. But again, if you have a good cost book, you're always going to use the man-hour totals from the cost book, because that will make you way more competitive and in line with industry standard, because these numbers come from the industry standard, meaning it equates to, if you go to the mechanic, right, you need an alternator on mold. I don't think you need alternators unless you got a bucket, which is okay because buckets are nice. The book will tell you how long it's going to take the mechanic, right? Well, same thing for the construction industry. Construction industry knows how long it's going to take to do absolutely everything. And so that's per unit. So it takes 0.017 of a man hour to install 1 linear foot. So it does the math, and it's 15.73 linear foot. You want to always do something like this. You want to always get it from a cost book. You're always going to win, especially if you bid a lot. And I'm always going to lose clients because I'm always telling them my secrets. But that's okay, because when you never lose, right? So use a cost book, because you want to be accurate. You don't want to go by, I've been doing this for 30 years. It's going to cost this much, because you could be shorting yourself. And you could be overcharging the client and you won't win. And so by using a cost book, you're in line with industry standard. You can, test the waters, send out, if you've been to 3 GCs, send them all the lowest, or send each one, tweak it a little, every estimate, whatever, but always try to go by industry standard, okay? You'll always be guaranteed to be really close in the competitive portion. And then your material costs, you just got to make sure don't go with one supplier, right? There's suppliers all over the country. You can send your stuff to 8 of them. Right? And just go with the lowest. Most of them are free shipping, all that stuff. So that's something to always think about as a electrician, and the estimator is supposed to give good tips too. So, all right. So counts. You got to make sure you have everything, all your wiring devices, everything from our power plan basically is on here. All your junction boxes for your TV outlets, for your phone outlets. Don't forget those. Plus, it's always going to say 3/4 inch conduit to the ceiling. So make sure you know how high the ceiling is. It could be 10 feet. It could be 16 feet. It could be 12 feet, whatever. So you want to make sure you have all that. And then all of everything basically in the switchgear portion for me is everything in the single line diagram and all of the disconnects that and all of the breakers. Okay, and so you get these numbers what by counting the breaker panel, and I've got this many of that, good counting tool. And then cost book will give you a pretty good for all of your disconnects and all of your breakers and stuff. You can go by the cost book. They give you a pretty good, up to a point. You see why I have zeros. So up to a point, sometimes your material, you want to go with your, and I mean for the electrician, you always want to go with your supplier, especially nowadays and since COVID and stuff. And so I leave all these zeros, but I do the man-hour totals, and all of that comes from a cost book. And again, the cost book is what the industry says. You can do it in less time. And most people say, oh, it's giving me 15 hours. I can do it in. Okay, well, that's great. But adjust it, right? Put 7 hours. Then you'll be even more competitive. But this is what the cost book says. So I'm not trying to cheat you from the cost book. You can cheat yourself after you know what it should be. All right? So, and then all of our lights, right? Counting tool. Really good counting tool. And again, you're going to get your lighting package depending on the type of, if it's like an Applebee's or Cheesecake Factory, they have a supplier. You call them, they'll give you the material cost for all the lighting package, and you just fill in the blank afterwards. But of course, we give everything an hour for the lighting. And you can be even more detailed than that, because most things don't take an hour. Unless it's a track light, then we give 0.25 of an hour for that. And then bottom line, we have the permits. You got to add that. Trenching, if it applies to your site, if you have a site lighting, because some of my electricians have to be responsible for the trenching of the underground, power, whatever. So you want to have that. Switchgear package costs, fire package. Some high voltage electricians do that too. And then the lighting package, fill all in the blanks, and this is our number minus overhead and profit, and fill that in. But you go to our set, so this one happens to have a site plan, and so straightforward, this is probably doing too much. They may go zip, well, from here to that, who knows, but I don't know. But I do the most, I'm not saying that, I don't think that's conservative. But, this may be, in the real scheme of things, if they have to trench that, they may not trench it again to go there. They may just go back here and then go like that. Who knows? But for the purpose of our estimate, every estimator has to figure out that same thing. So we're going to give it the most leeway. Okay, in terms of, so we know this is underground, we know that's PVC because it's site, right? So we don't have to think twice about that. And we know that it's 3 number 10s and a 3/4 inch PVC. Home run 2, position number 3 in panel C. So the panels where I took it from here, and then once I get into the building, I add whatever addition wherever the panel is in the building. And you gotta account for it coming up, right? PVC, 2 EMT, or rigid, or whatever. So just add like 10%, nothing that's mind-boggling. Especially for initial estimate, because you want to bid as much as you can now. But once you win what they consider you, you want to go back with a fine-tooth comb and say, okay, is everything covered? Now, I made everything not covered, so this is our power plan. And these are all of our outlets and all of our everything. Duplex, right? Phone and data. So I know that's a duplex junction box as opposed to a simplex or a single one. Let's see. Fill in everything. This had a lot of bubbles. Okay, so good counting tools is critical. Now, when it comes to your branch circuit, right, you got to look at where everything is connected. These are both going to position 27, panel E, so I can say these are connected here, and they're probably home run to that position, right? Because they're quads. So yeah. Okay, same thing here. I can run it here, branch circuit, and then I'm going to run an imaginary home run to wherever E is as far as running the wire. Okay, let me see where I have my power wire. Do I have it? I might have done it on a different page. Okay, no, there it is. See? So things I know that are going together to the same position on the panel. Okay, I'm going to run those all together, and then I'm going to home run that from that end somewhere to wherever here's relocated C, and where's E? So normally they'll put everything like close. Yeah, here's E, panel A, E, and B, and C, and then the disconnects. Okay, so all we can do is make the lines from where the plans say the stuff is. Okay, and we're giving it a good representation. We got some underground, so that's going to be PVC, and then we have to transition it up through the new partition. This is a floor box. It shows it on the table, but chances are it's in the floor where the contacts are anyway. Okay, and so you have to do all of that. Okay, and all your lights. And the same thing with the lights. You know that they're going to E6, every other one. E6, all of these are going to E6, so you want to maybe put a little more diagonal, add 10 or 20%, because you want to give a good representation if it's not already given, because we know these two are going to the same place and then going to that, and they're all going to be connected, so you want to do your best to give it a good representation of how the electrician may run the wire. And then I think we added like 10 or 15, 25%. Okay, and that the electrician, will be able to determine if that's a good number. And then we give them the takeoff. It's like, hey, should we be doubling this? Because the person that does the work doesn't know exactly how you should do it. Okay, CT cabinet. Now we had to determine for our power how far, because the main distribution panel. And let's go to. You had a good counting tool, okay? Good counting tool, because you have to count all your breakers. And where's the single line? I think it was maybe in the beginning. So yeah, you got to look at the single line and say, okay, where is the single line? Single line, where are you? Okay, well, we're just going to keep it moving. I don't know. Where is it? Did I check there already? Of course, no, I did not. Okay, so mechanical equipment, you want to make sure you know any of the home runs basically that are not all just number 12, and you want to pull that out, make sure you know where that is and run it to the proper, So you'll have all of the wire configurations, number 8s, number 10s. So everything's not always 3 number 12s, depending on the piece of equipment. So that's why they give you that. You got to make sure you pull that out. Go back to the power plan, figure out where that piece of equipment is, and do your linear measure to the panel that it should be, and then say, okay, it's 3 times that distance, and then 1 times that distance for the number 10, and then a 1-inch conduit. Okay, so then for the single line, right, for all of the feeders, you have to physically go to the power plant. We saw that the main distribution panel was on the outside of the building. In relation to panel A, you got to find it. So we look here and we say the main distribution panel is connected to A, to B, to C, and to D. And then it looks like B and E are connected. And I got to figure out all of the physical distances for all of the power feeders to know the exact lengths, right? So I say, okay, where's the main distribution panel? We just saw it right here. So from there to all of the panels pretty much. So we had to let's see. go. Oh, they're already. Main distribution panel. Let me take it out. There we go. Main distribution to A and B is that one. Main distribution to D. Take it out. Is that one. Main distribution to C. Take it out and put it back. Is that one. So now I know those actual links. Plus add like 10 feet. Okay, so the basics of electrical estimating is having a real good counting tool and practicing on your conduit links. Now, you may look up and get some plans that already have all the lines drawn and you just follow those, but when you don't, just know when it's the power plan, this is telling you that these two outlets are going to the same position in the panel, so the power feeder I can use for that can run together. Same with this, same with that. And these can run together. E25, oh, we did. And then at some point, we're going to imaginary run it to the appropriate panel for the home run, which we did. And we did that already. Okay, so that's the only tricky part. Good counting tool. Count all your devices, run all your wire, and pay good attention to your single line, because this is where the money is at. So you have to know, make sure you really measure very well those links, because those higher wires are very expensive as opposed to number 12. So you want to be very accurate in your measurements. Okay, and then you have a beautiful estimate all broken down in the way you want, but the way we know our electricians like is all the wiring conduit, all the wiring devices, then everything in the single line and the disconnects. Then we go to the lighting plan and then any additional items. Okay, so we would love to teach your class one-on-one. We teach for only $100 a month. We will design a plan for you where we'll meet once or twice a week. You'll have tests and you'll get certified. But if you have any questions, please send me an email at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Let me know what you think, and please look out for the next presentation. Have a good one.
Hey everybody, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And in this video, I want to show you our completed, well, at least to this point, our completed contractors marketplace for the electrician. All right, so the electrician marketplace, what you have to do is go to our website, and I'll go back to our home website. This is our home page, and then you'll go over here to the left where it says the construction marketplace, and from there you're going to go down, and we're going to have all of these links highlighted, filled in. We're working on all the individual trade pages now, but the electrician's marketplace, you go click on it, and here is everything that's contained there. And so right now what we have are, you'll be able to purchase anything electrical contractor related. And so if you wanted to take a workshop, which is a condensed version of our full 10-week estimating class. So the estimators workshop, we teach you all the 3-point process of completing the estimate, but we don't do 10 full estimates with you. Okay, and then of course you can take the 10-week class, the electrical estimating class, and all of our classes are based on the demands of the students. So if we, just like our new electrical estimating class, the students wanted to take the class in the evening, and so we have the class in the evening. And so what I try to do is tailor classes for times and days that work for you, even if you're the only student in the class, and which sometimes ends up being the case. All right, and here also you can purchase the Excel spreadsheet for to format your professional cost estimates. And if you look at my videos, they're up there, show you how to do it, input it. And if you need a revision, we provide you with a revision every year. If I update it, make it better, we send you a copy of the revision. And we also teach you one-on-one how to edit it, because of course every project things are going to change, but this is a good kind of like boilerplate spreadsheet, Excel spreadsheet that you can use, edit, save as a master, and saves you a lot of time when you're formatting your professional cost estimates. And Also now, all the way down right now, the man-hour calculators that we have available are EMT conduit, rigid steel, PVC conduits, and the prices associated with it, the full electrical wire, all of the options. It's $199. It's tons of stuff. And two, I think I have a video of our man-hour calculator and all the different, it just goes on forever, all the different types of electrical wire, cable, twisted pair, everything you will ever encounter, and assemblies as well. Wire assembly, with the MC cables at 2, 3, 4 wires, everything you'll ever need. Man-hour calculator. Breakers, and then we have panels and load centers, and then switches. Okay, and the prices associated with each. Each day, we're adding something new that we think that you could use in terms of, getting your technical skills in order and making sure, most of all, that you are paid what you should be paid for your labor. So this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. Visit our website, visit the marketplace, and get what you need. Hey everybody, this is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services, and I just want to give you an opportunity to purchase one of our estimating packages. Now, I have created this awesome thing that a few people have taken advantage of in the few days that I have introduced it, our Minority Contractors Alliance, where either you're a minority-owned firm or veteran, disabled veteran, woman, or 5 years or less. There are definite perks to joining with us. One of the awesome perks, I think, knowing how much it costs to do your estimates, is that now we do all single-story estimates, no matter the trade, for our minority contractors for only $99. It's our full cost estimate, like Stacy puts together. And part of that is we record these, or I'm recorded for a 5-part series per set because I go over the takeoff, I go over man hours, I go over pricing, I go over the formatting, and for each of our members, for their projects, that is recorded for them and it's stored on our member site where all members are able to share in that information, and that's why it's called an alliance. So regardless of trade, the full estimate will be there for you to review how we produced it for you. And, that's just one of the perks of being part of the SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services Minority Contractors Alliance. And so don't let the word minority confuse you, upset you, okay? Regardless, if you are in business 5 years or less, this applies to you. And why do we do that? Because 5 years or less is a very difficult time. Okay, I've done this for 15 years, and it's only because my drive and tenacity and willingness to learn beyond what I already knew brought me here. 15 years later, where I'm supporting myself, I'm eating every day, I'm paying a mortgage, and that's what you want to do. That's what self-employed people want to do. Most of us don't care to be millionaires because more money, more problems. Okay, shit. We just want to support our families, have a little nest egg, buy a house, make sure our kids are safe. That's all we want to do. And so what I try to do is help those people 5 years or less reduce the price of the estimating. I give you mentor services. I help you with your certification. So far, I'm kind of disappointed. As an African American female, I have no African Americans signing up yet. But that's okay. I don't care, because you got to invest in yourself. Nobody can invest in you but you. And I appreciate my members so far. Shout out to now I have 2 Luises, okay, and 1 Marisol. And so we have 3. I'm looking for 50 individuals that want to take their business to the next level. And so I'm getting a T-Mobile electrical estimate together for one of our members. And I would suggest you, like them, help take your business to the next level. So what do?
reduce prices on everything, and the estimating, I thought, was the biggest piece of it, because estimating is expensive, and good estimating is very expensive. Okay, cost estimating, giving you a price you can present to a GC and win. That's what we do, and that's what I've been doing. And so, regardless of trade, so whether you're any set of plans, you can send to us, and we can produce a very efficient, like you've been watching on my videos, very good cost estimate. So that's one thing. Takeoffs, if you just need the takeoff's only $49. The full cost estimate's $99. Your man-hour calculators are only $25 for members. And you get up to 3 certifications that we will assist you and walk you through. If you want us to do them for you, that's a different beast. But we will assist you and walk you through them. Okay, and there are 3. And so we're beginning next Wednesday with our first meeting. And we have 2 meetings, mentor meetings. And you don't have to come to both, but you can. And we try to make it so you can come to one or the other. So Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. and we begin next Wednesday. And Saturdays at 10 a.m. Pacific time. And everything for me is Pacific time. So if I give you a time, just know it's Pacific time. All right. So what are we going to be doing? This T-Mobile, it is kind of a pain because it's giving you a lot of keynotes, these 4 and 7 right here. I had to read that myself about 4 times because it's kind of hard to figure out, but it's basically a power pole, and they're telling you to connect the power pole to the junction box. And then from there, we're going to connect power strips. I'm thinking that's what this is based on, the wording of 4 and 7. But my first video for my client and for the Minority Contractors Alliance is to go through each of these keynotes, because, they'll give you a keynote. Oh, Mike. Come on, Mike. They'll give you a keynote, but the keynote within itself contains 3 different operations, or 3 or 4 different things you have to account for, time and material. And so that's going to be the first thing, and there are a lot of them. And so I would suggest you, electrician, framer, and that's what we're starting on Sunday, the Sunday Estimating Club, 1 p.m. Pacific time through approximately 4 p.m. or less, depending on the trades that are there and have signed up. So right now we have a GC, so he does everything. So we're going to start with framing drywall, going through that O'Reilly's, and we're going to do finishes, painting, show you how to do that takeoff, give you samples, and 2, you do get our reduced price even for your Excel spreadsheet, because everything can't be free. I have over 600 videos of expert analysis on things that I have actually done on YouTube. That's about as free as I can give anymore. So you have to invest in yourself. And I try to make it, because I have a heart of service. I also have a nonprofit where I help children. So, me giving, that's just a natural feature that comes with Stacy. So you invest in yourself, either the Minority Contractors Alliance, minorities, women, disabled veterans, and also any nationality that 5 years or less, because the goal is to help you get over that 5-year hurdle. They say 2, but not for construction. 2 years, that's nothing. You could have been lucky. You could have one job that floated you 2 years, and then once that's over, what do? So for construction, if you can get kicked past that 5-year threshold, you probably have it together enough to keep it together, and that's what you want. So this is Stacy, your best friend in construction and the construction queen on YouTube. Make sure to sign up, and I'll see you soon. Hello, everybody. This is Stacy with SF Johnson Consulting and Construction Services. And in this video, I want to discuss the electrical portion of this tenant improvement for the H&R block. Now, there was sometimes when you get these kinds of plans, even though they are commercial, they're not very detailed. And so you're going to have to use your professional expertise and, to determine the things that are not there. A good estimator is only going to give you a price for things that's reflected on the plans. And if there are certain things that are not, then hopefully they're good enough to be able to give you an allowance, which is, I know there's going to be a certain amount of something, but I don't know how much. I know within range. And so in order to not underestimate nor overestimate, I'm going to allow this much. Okay. And sometimes that's required. And so when we look at um, this set of plans, remove the existing duplex receptacle and the voice data. Okay, and so they have R's for remove. Okay, and so what we're assuming is that's a 3 gang data outlet, and so what we have to do is put covers, take the outlets out, and cover the the hole basically with a cover plate. So there's no details telling you, or photographs, maybe not. You have to make sure showing you exactly the configuration of the data boxes. So I just did the normal thing. I'm gonna put one cover plate over each box, and so we ended up with like 14 cover plates, okay, or 16, something like that. Now this, I'm not sure what that is. I really don't know what that is. I mean, electrical wise, I'm not quite sure. It could be a out, but like a where they bring the wall out a little bit, because that looks like framing and a cap. I'm not quite sure what that is, so I didn't include it in the electrical portion because it doesn't appear to be electrical. And they did put all of the demo on one page, so they did wall demo, door demo. So I'm thinking, I'm not sure what that is. I really don't know what that is, and so I didn't account for it in the electrical portion. Okay, that I'm thinking that's where they butted out the wall a little bit, and so that's what I'm going to say that is when I do the wall demo. And this package will be available at our website. This is actually near Sacramento somewhere. One of my student contractors are bidding the electrical, and this is what this is. And then we'll be bidding all of the GCs through a GC that works with us, and that's what we like to do. So if you're interested in getting into bidding tenant improvements, let us know, and we'll be able to assist you in bidding with us, our projects. So, excuse me. All right. So that's that part. Okay. So that's the demo part. And so now we have the new work. And this is where, you just got to give a bunch of allowances or whatever, because they don't give you a panel. So you can't look and see, how many panels are in there, and what adjustments you need to make. And, there's a switch and there are no lights. Although from the demo portion, it's just telling us that we're replacing these lights, can lights, and we're retrofitting and upgrading the lights, retrofitting the lights. So, with something like this, when you do residential, you're probably used to doing something with no plans or half a plan. But when you do commercial, you're usually looking for something a little more detailed. And so because it's not, you got to give allowances and do what you got to do. And so here, all the E's were the existing ones, so I'll make sure I counted those just to make sure. And then all the new ones. And so, there's no circuits here. So, are they all run together? Are they all home run to the panel? Who knows, right? And so what I did is just give a bunch of allowances for the conduit wire, home runs, number 12s, whatever. Okay, because that's all you really can do. Because I think we can run up to what, 6? So are there 6 of these together, and are they with these? Who knows? And you won't know until you go in there and take a look. And hopefully you win. You'll go take a look, and then we can make any corrections. But if you give a good allowance for, enough home run conduit and wire and connecting, Romalex or if it's MC cable, whatever, give 100 feet, give, 100 feet, 300 feet for a number 12, whatever. You'll have it covered. Okay. And so again, I even added 20 amp 1 pole breakers for all of the new outlets, because we did add like 7 new ones or something, and then 2 quads. So allowances and the switches and wire and all of that. Okay, so this is not very detailed, but this is one, clients that have been in business 1, 2 years, whatever. They like doing this kind. Luckily, companies that have been doing it forever in big projects, they don't like doing this. This is nothing for them. They'll pass this by. And so that's good too. Okay? So if you have any questions about this, make sure you email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. And beginning next Monday through Thursday, and on Saturdays we have, well, not Saturday. Saturday's early morning class, so from 6 a.m. to 12 noon on Saturday. And the list is now posted here on, where are we? On YouTube, and it is at our website, sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Every week is a new class. And so the way I work one-on-one. A lot of my clients don't have a lot of set time to work on, like sitting in a classroom. And so a lot of it is where we do meet at their convenience, but we do need to have the first 2 or 3 hours of class set. And so that's what I try to do throughout the month, to where we get down to the basics of the estimating class, whatever. And now we have project management courses based on your trade. So if you're in the concrete trade, I teach you the principles of project management for the concrete company or contractor. What to look for, how long is this job going to take, the contract, how you move through it, if you have to go back and forth at the job, how that is handled, construction schedules, that kind of stuff. So you can project manage or manage your project. So that's something we're doing too. So any questions at all, make sure you email me at education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com. Hey everyone, I hope you are doing well. In this video, we are going to look over this is an Arby's, and in this short section, we're going to look over the panel and the wiring, because it is very important when you are doing your wire totals. And you can see kind of this mess right here that we have, that in a kitchen, for a kitchen, which an Arby's is a kitchen, it's important to understand that you have a lot of different equipment it's gonna require a lot of different wire sizes. And so this one is kind of tricky, but a kitchen is always tricky. And so I want to point out some things to look for when you are trying to figure out the correct wire, the wire totals, the configurations for the wire. Make sure you have, all the number 10s correct, number 10s, number 8s, and number 12s. Because if you're doing an estimate, either, for a firm, the electrician can immediately tell what different size wire that you need. And so you need to be able to quickly go to that information, and then from the panel to the power plan, to be able to determine what you need, and then go back to the plan to determine the actual lengths of everything. And so this should be pretty exciting if you are into or trying to get a really good grasp on electrical estimating, and more so the different types of buildings. You need to be thinking along different routes. And when you are dealing with kitchens, especially buildings that are exclusively kitchens, these are the kind of things that you need to think about. The equipment schedule. Okay, so if this is what you like and this is what you want to learn about, make sure to subscribe and to like, so other people like you
can find out more. And I'm also going to try to do now timestamps. So you can go right to what you want, and we can get it going. So, all right, now if I can find the time. Okay, so we're talking about 2:30. We're going to get started. So let me take my mug off, and let's get going. All right, so this is 2:37 actually. All right, so we are going to get started on looking at the panels. I'm going to look at this whole project, video, the whole project for you. And if you are a Patreon subscriber, we're going to have every piece and an ounce of this from the lighting plan all the way down. So, join us there. It's economical. And really, I don't really think there's anybody that can teach you in such great detail as I can. Different types of projects from personal experience, not just, general knowledge. And I definitely give you all of my personal experience. You can ask me questions over there. So make sure to subscribe. All right. So the topic of this video is one of the last steps that we perform is I do. Because you have to have a fresh mind. You can be tired, okay, when you're doing your wire runs and trying to figure out, what pieces of equipment. And look, I already dropped my paper. What pieces of equipment go for what? Okay, when it comes to your kitchen, you want to be accurate. And I've had great success with winning for my clients because, I get in there and detail is my thing. Everybody's not created to do this, but somehow I figured out I am. And, I try to teach that. So every project is going to be different. You want to do, even if you don't have a real good reason, you want to go ahead and do the estimates if you have access to plans. I'm going to start packaging up all of my different types of plans. So I'll have a package for schools, for kitchens, for apartments, for hotels. So you can see, because in each type of building, you're going to have a different mindset on how to do that takeoff. Okay. So when we have a kitchen, we know we have equipment. We know that equipment is going to be require different amperage, power, or however you want to think about it, requirements. And so we always want to think. Most of our, we run on 120, 208, 120, 208, alternating current, right? And so everything that comes into the building is 120, 208, 120, 208, but we have to power everything from the rooftop unit to our cell phones, right? And so everything is going to require a different a power requirement, and the only way we can provide that to each of the pieces of equipment is through the wire, the adapter. That's what the adapter is. It's converting the 120, 208, 120, 208 through the wiring that we provide from the outlet or through the little box we plug in, then we plug our cable, and then we connect it to our phone. That adapter, or that plug where you plug it in, or if it's hardwired, that wire is doing the job of converting our 12208, 12208 into whatever our cell phone needs in terms of amperage and power, what our rooftop unit needs in terms of amperage and power. Okay, so you have to think about, when you're doing an electrical estimate, everything in that way. Now, you can also rest assured that in commercial construction, the majority of the building wire is a number 12. If it's not a number 12, the general purpose wiring for a building is usually number 12. So most of your home runs are number 12. But if they're not, you will immediately know by a few things. When you're looking on your panel, you'll know it's probably not just two number 12s and one number 12 ground, right? Because we have hot, neutral, hot, cold, and neutral, right? So we have three. It could be up to a 3-pole, whatever. And so we know if
chances are if the breaker is more than one pole, this is a 20 amp one pole breaker, chances are the home run for that circuit is probably a number 12. It's questionable when we have 2-pole, 3-pole breakers. Chances are it's not two number 12, one number 12 ground. Chances are it's maybe three number 12s and one number 12 ground, or something totally different. Number 8s, number 10s, number whatever. Okay, and so the best way, if they do really depends on the electrical engineer, how they present their panels. But I wanted to display this one because this one was very good in terms of telling me what pieces of equipment need what wire. And it was good. It's good. It's perfect because now I can go from the panel. So I always have to count my breakers. That's part of our takeoff for our electrical. We have to count the breakers in the panel. And so the typical ones usually are going to be circuited by a number 12. 2 number 12, 1 number 12 ground is usually the 21, or lighting is usually number 10. But then you gotta, it all depends. But in terms of our job here is we are trying to make sure we have all of the wire required based on the plans. And so the best way to know how everything is wired in this case with this set of plans, it tells us on our panel. So here's I think our single line is on another page. Where is it? Okay, so here's our single line diagram. So we have panel A, which is the main distribution panel, and then it feeds off to the other panels. Okay, so that's our main single line it's showing us all the power that's coming to the building in this case, because I believe this is from the ground up. Yep. And so it's showing us from the transformer all the way into the building, and then all the panels that are operating or running all the power in the building. And so our utility transformer, and this tells us that our power feeders are underground. And then this is the notation that tells us, so U400-A4. So I'm going to have to provide 2 sets of 4 number 30 in a 2-inch conduit. I know it's underground. And so I'm going to have a small portion for the transition, maybe rigid steel once it comes up. Okay, so I need this distance. So what I have to do, I have to go to the site plan and physically measure the distance from the utility transformer. I think that might be the only thing I haven't done, to the CT cabinet. Okay, but where is the CT cabinet? Well, we got to go another step, right? We have to go to our site plan. Okay, so let's go to the site plan because we need to be able to measure the distance between the transformer and the CT cabinet. And then from the CT cabinet to the main distribution panel, we have to determine these actual lengths. And from the main distribution panel A to each of the panels. And I think I have that messed up too. So let's go to the site plan first and determine how we do that. All right, so here's the site plan. And now here it says proposed transformer location. Well, it also says when I went in the reading, it may not be there, verify. Well, this is all we have. And so this is what we're going to go by. Okay, as far as that length from the transformer to the main distribution. Okay, so here's the building. We know the main distribution panel is somewhere on the building. So it'd be nice if they told us, they have this there, but, without noting it, that could be anything. But that's actually the pretty good, accurate location of the main distribution. But how did I know that? Okay, so I have to go, what I did is, okay, here's the building, and here's the drive-through. Okay, so it gives me kind of a point of reference when I look at the actual power plan. Here's the building, and here's the drive-through.
And so the power plan is going to tell me where the panels are. And so the panels are here. Okay, so I can go back to the site plan. Where are the panels? Here's the drive-through, and from my power plan, I know that they were basically at the end of that same wall. So they're approximately right here. Okay, so now I can do all of my measurements. I can determine now. You probably, I mean, if you really want to get good with it, but I'm going to give a video to my electrician and say, okay, this is how I ran the secondary. Okay. And so what I'll probably do, since I know it's here, now you got to think this is from the ground up. So what are they going to do? They're going to do all the trenching for all of the lines that need to be run long before this building ever gets here, long before the concrete gets there. And so what they'll probably do is typically, they're not going to run lines all over the place with logically, sorry to say, 90% males, they just may run spaghetti all over, but it would be more logical to, if we're going to run, if this is actually where these two poles are going to go, then we probably are going to run this somewhere in here. So I'm not trenching all over the place, run it here to here and then to here. So that's probably how I would run my secondary, or just from here to here. It wouldn't really make a difference for this purpose, because this isn't set in stone. This is giving them an approximation. And trust me, if we're doing it this way with a digitized software, very precise like this, we're doing it 10 times better and more accurately than anybody that is not doing it this way. That's why this is the only way I teach. I'm not going to teach you any way that you're not going to be number 1, 2, or 3 on the GC's list to be chosen. That's for sure. Okay, so this is how it gets done. All right, so we can determine this length. I need to know that anyway. It's already scaled, so I'm just going to call this the secondary. And then I'm just going to say we're going to go from it to here and then here. Okay, so that's about 178 linear feet. Okay, so that takes care of that. So we know the main distribution panel is here, and all of everything is there. So, I could just do an approximation at this point. If I know actually the meter was out here, but panel A's like right here, B and C. And so I'm going to go like, okay, that's 5 feet. And because it's going through the wall, so I give that 10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet. So I give it 10 feet where A is from that. And then they're right next to each other. So I give a distance of at least 10 feet apart for each of the panels. That'd be more than enough, I think. Okay, so that's how you would do that part. Okay, so remember, single line diagrams not to scale. You have to go back to wherever it's appropriate to go back to, like in this case, the site plan, to get those actual linears. Okay, now let's just go back to the original topic, because that's very useful. Okay, and so that's why your electrical estimate is like a 3-4 step process in terms of your takeoff. You could sit there and try to do from the ground up, like, at one shot, but I would say don't, because, it's a lot of steps, and you want to be clear and you want to be accurate. You want your brain to be nice and clear and thinking right when you're doing your measurements and stuff. Okay, so that's where you really want to be clear. Okay, so go back to the topic of, I need to make sure I have all of the correct wire for a kitchen, or anything that has a lot of machine or mechanical equipment. You're going to definitely have way more than number 12s. Okay. And here's our panels, and this is our equipment schedule. In a kitchen, you're going to have an equipment schedule. Okay. And so what's it telling us? These are the outlets. So, and in this case, they didn't mark. I mean, some of the outlets, you could tell they're specialty outlets, but it's not this many. And so now the next problem with this set of plans is like, okay,
You didn't tell me on the plans which one these were, but you have outlets and, whatever. So what do you have to do? What am I going to do? Some are quads, some are dupes, some are simplex. So I'm going to just give the electrician my counts of the quads and whatever. And if they say they're for some special purpose, I'll make sure I note that. But then I'm also going to give them, okay, you have this many NEMA 520s because the plan didn't really demark, right? Didn't really tell me which of those outlets are a 520. Remember, the kitchen format thinking pattern, okay? You're going to get an equipment schedule. I would say, and see, I didn't do this in this case. I did it afterwards. I'm not following my own advice because I got a zillion of these to look over. And so it's like, okay, we could do this for this much, da-da-da-da-da. Oh, wait. We got to go ahead and add an extra hour and a half or something for this kind of stuff when the plans aren't as clear as they should be. And again, they're telling us here how the equipment is connected, either by this type of outlet or a direct connect, meaning the wire just straight going to the panel. Okay, but on the plan, okay, let's go to the plan. And this is problems with estimation. I hate when people say estimation. That's really not what we say here in America. Okay, estimation isn't for construction. Estimation is more like for math. We're estimators. It's not estimation. That's how I know it's something fishy about your company when you say estimate. I mean, it's okay, but that's not what we use for construction estimating. All right, so just wanted to say, dog it, and I forgot to try my translator. So because I'm doing this in all kind of, because I've noticed people are from all different countries, which is cool, right? I wish I spoke another language. I wish. Trust me. All right, so what are we talking about? I don't know. The outlets. Okay. So these right here, that's a symbol for a specialty outlet. But you see here they don't say what type, NEMA, da 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 da, which they should. And then let's just highlight, because I did my best to try to say, okay, this kind of outlet, that kind of outlet. So these, all the ones that little dots on the reds. See, these are outlets that didn't have a NEMA, da da da, whatever. But I know they're in the kitchen, so it's got to be one of the ones that they're talking about on the equipment schedule. And then 2, you can think, okay, oh, that's another problem. But we'll talk about that problem when we talk about the power plan. But, okay, so that's the problem you're going to have. See, that's a quad. No, and I don't even know. And see, they're all mixed up. That's not, that's not a quad. Yes, it is a quad. Those 2 are quads. But is it a quad? Or is it just connected at this point right here? Okay, yeah. We got to check it out. A lot of problems. Okay, so kitchen, you figure in the kitchen area, which is all of this. And then they mark this off and say, oh, everything in here is connected to panel, da 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 da. That's what this is. But then it's like nothing, there's no call out to say, okay, are there outlets in here? Or are they the outlets on the equipment schedule? But then no, because this is equipment too. All of this. So that's how this kind of plan can be very confusing. I'm probably confusing you just explaining it, right? Okay, but think kitchen plan, confusing, equipment schedule some plans I've have done very well, where they would put like the equipment, because all the equipment is numbered. So they would put the equipment number next to the outlet. They would put D74. And so I was like, okay, this must be a NEMA from the equipment schedule, right? D74 would be whatever, quad dupe, and NEMA 5, whatever. But this plan doesn't do that, so it kind of makes it difficult. But see, though in those cases, that's why you do a lot of explaining. And when I have the video to explain, because all this is going to be done tonight, and so either the videos for everything will be done tonight. A majority of them, the detailed estimate, looking at the man-hour totals, all that. Please join the Patreon. It's so worth it. And you get man-hour calculators of your own. You get the content early. You get to ask personal questions not personal questions, construction questions that get answered. It's so worth it. And you let me know you love me. No, I'm just kidding. I'm married. I don't even know if they love me, but they know I'm smart, and you do too. All right, so let's answer the original reason why I made the video. To be able to determine accurately. Okay, so you got your equipment. So some of this equipment, some of these home runs aren't number 12s, is the whole point. And you need to be able to determine which ones are not, so you don't underestimate your stuff here. Because in commercial, the majority of everything it's number 12. But rest assured, when you see a home run, that is like this. 2-pole, going to 2 positions in the panel. That should be a clue. Hey, it's probably not number 12. Okay, so those should be a hint to you at any time you see a plan and you see the power plan and you see a lot of this stuff. Yeah, because these are specialty outlets, so no, it's not number 12. Okay, but you see it's going to 2 different positions or 3 different positions in the panel. You know it's not number 12, and you have to be able to figure out what. Okay, so let's, like the roof. Okay, the general purpose outlet, yeah, that's going to go to a single position in the panel. But look, that's going to 3 positions in panel A, so you know it's not number 12. 3 positions, no number 12. Maybe number 12s, but maybe 3 number 12s, so you got to check that one too. Okay. No, 3 positions, no number 12. Look, 2 positions, no, not number 12, no, not number 12. And so, okay, next step, go deeper into the rabbit hole. Okay, if it's not number 12, how do I find out where it is? Well, this is telling me that this 92, so I think this is an equipment number. This particular piece of mechanical equipment is going to what? Panel A, position 14 and 16. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to panel A. Panel A, B, 14 and 16. Look at that. That's the dry ice condensing unit. And look at that. Not number 12, number 10. Okay, so go the other way. You can go either way. Look for those home runs that have more than just one spot and say, okay, let me go to that panel at those positions and see what the wire is. Or go to the panel and say, okay, I have number 12. Okay, that's normal home run, normal home run, number 12 wire, normal. Okay, that one's okay. Next one, number 8 wire, not normal. Number 8 for what? The exhaust fan, the production control panel, exhaust fan. No, the exhaust fan is number 8, not that. Because the panel is going to be something totally different. Okay, so I have to go to the rooftop unit just like I did. And now I know that that is number 8 and then number 10 for site lighting. And then I know it's number 10. Okay, so that's how we make sure we do it. And we do it right. Okay? And so let's go back and let me do the little timestamp here. And let's go back and just review. Our review. See, we did the panels here. And by the time I finish talking, it'll be about 5 more seconds. All right. And where are we? 2756. Okay. All right, so let's do a review. Either way you go, right? Either way you go, let's start by going to the power plan. When you go to the power plan, you are to, we know that most of our home runs are number 12 wire. 2 number 12s, 1 number 12 ground, and a 3/4 inch conduit. That's pretty much the game plan. But we know in the kitchen it may be different, but we're going to look for the home runs that have 2 positions in a panel. Okay, if they have 2 positions in a panel, we know probably it's not number 12, and we really need to know what that is so we can properly measure the home run. Okay, and do our best to measure the physical, feet. So we can go this way, look at the power plan, search out for home runs that are more than 1 position. There's one. Or we can go just right, which I prefer because you go right to the source. You can go right to the panels, look at each of the panels, and anywhere you see it's other than a number 12 wire, because that's what you're really looking for. What of the power components are requiring more than 2 number 12s and 1 number 12 ground? And then you just go here and you find them. And so once I find them now, I've got to go and find, either it's going to be in words, a walk-in evaporator, but more likely I'm going to have to go and look for a home run that is 15, 17 to cover those 2 positions. Walk-in freezer. And so I'm going to go back to the power plan, and I know walk-in freezer. Here we go, right here. Okay, so I know that junction box is connecting to the internal wiring that this freezer has already, and I'm just connecting the power through the junction box. And so now I know that physical distance, right, for that number, whatever wire, from here to, and it's going to that panel. And see, that's the complexity when you are doing, anything more than like a warehouse, or, office buildings are usually very easy. They only have general purpose outlets and phone jacks and computer jacks, So, but when you're talking about a building that has a lot of different equipment, it's going to require a lot of different variations in the power requirement for that equipment. And now we know the only way to vary that 12208, 12208, the standard that comes into every building, whether it's commercial or for a home, we got to change the wire in order to change what the equipment receives. So please give us a like, join Patreon so we can go over together all of now. The detailed pricing for this we'll go over. And the man hours, you also get man hour calculators of your own when you join either at our website or at Patreon. But thank you very much, and I will see you very soon. Okay, so this one is relatively very simple. So what we're going to do is, when I looked at it, there's a couple of things, as an estimator that's not standard here, which I don't like. And so in terms of, we don't know where the panel is. Okay, so that's the first problem. We don't know where the panel, and this stupid thing is too slow. Okay, so so that's the first thing. So when we run the home runs, we don't really know where we're going with them. Okay, and so where would you assume, or you probably did some kind of visit to maybe tell where it can do it.
Most
Where you can
behind the door, bedroom door, or on the hallway. Most common scenario the fan maybe.
Say that again. I didn't hear you.
The most common scenario where the panel can be would be maybe behind the bedroom door, or
Okay.
on the hallway.
Okay, so This is what, like, maybe in here, huh?
Yeah, maybe there, yeah. Maybe.
Okay, so for the purpose of the estimate, okay, I'm gonna put a dot there because, and I'm gonna put panel just so I know why I put it. Because, okay, we're just gonna say it's right there. Okay, that's a bathroom. That's not a good place for it, huh? A utility. Look, 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 look. It's in here. That's the utility closet. So we're assuming it's there. Okay,
Okay.
utility closet, existing. And that's probably where it's at because again, for the purpose of the home runs, we need detail or else we're just guessing, right? And we don't want to guess. So the first thing we're going to do is it looks like all of the lights are the same,
Yeah.
right? So we're going to count the lights.
What's it like?
And I'm way far away from my monitor. Okay, so step one is all the takeoff. So let me just quickly go through this, right? And that's a new ceiling, I guess they're saying too. And when you have residential, they're going to mix everything in one thing, but all you're concerned about is step one, step two, step three, based on what you know and what you see you're doing here. Okay, so that's what we want to do. So that and we want to do everything on the ceiling. So let's count the smoke detectors. And then the CO2, that was, oh, look,
Yeah.
I missed those lights.
22. Yeah.
Okay, and we're just going to count what we see. Now, if you notice there's something here that should be there and it's not, don't add it. You just contact the client and say, hey, based on the plans, this is the current estimate, but we're missing this, that, or something else. Okay. So always do that. Don't just assume and add it or whatever. Okay, so we're going to assume because to me, this is what it is. Single pole switches. But this may be a two gang. It could be a dimmer, but if it is, this stupid mic. But if it is, it should tell me, but it doesn't. And I'm not gonna really worry that much about that. But it should tell you, or it should tell you in the specifications or something like that. And I am trying to unscrew my and put it in a different location because it keeps one every time I do something. Okay, and so in that case, when you have the two switches next to each other like that, we can assume that they're two gang, right? Because in terms of material cost, it's going to be a different situation as opposed if it is, you know what I mean? And so you want to keep that in mind. But for me, for the purpose of this, I'm not I'm not going to be that picky. Oh shoot, I messed up. Okay, so I'm just gonna have to hold this mic. Okay, so gonna have to hold this stupid thing. All right. Okay, let me try something real quick. You know what? Let me stop the recording and let me fix this and then we'll start back up again. Hold on one second. Okay. Okay. And so with this, you got to keep in mind that they're putting everything on one sheet, but this is pretty good in terms of the electrical because it's pretty detailed. Okay, so we did all of the counts. And so you always want to make sure you call out the refrigerator, the dishwasher outlets, and if there's a washer and dryer outlet, which it doesn't seem to be in this one, you want to call it out. Now, here's a fan, okay, and so you want to just give it a separate cost to connect the fan, additional, 30 minutes. Fan may be on the roof, got to get on the roof and do certain things, who knows, you know?
No,
So,
that one residential we provide the exhaust fan, Panasonic, and we install it and we wire it.
yeah, exactly. So we're gonna add that to it. And now that we've done all the counts, Okay, now we can just go through and do the cable, the wire for everything. So first we'll do the lighting wire, and then I'll make that disappear so we can do the power, which will be a little more complicated. So we got to make sure we have it to scale. 1/4 equals 1. Okay. And then you always want to check, especially with any set of plans. And so let me go ahead and use my dimension tool and measure this stretch from hash mark to hash mark. It should be whatever that is in the middle always. And so from here to there, yep. So what I measured is what they say it is. So you know the plans are to scale. So all of your linear measures are going to be correct.
If you don't see any measurement, you do the doors, right?
There you go. Exactly. You
Right.
do the door jam. As long as you're getting between 3 feet 2 inches to 3 feet 6 inches, that's good enough. Okay. But if you're getting like 2 feet or 12 feet for a regular door, you know it's not to scale. And then you might be able to scale it down to get close enough. That's usually what I do. You know, it really depends. All right. So let's do the lighting wire. And then we're going to do home runs and wires separately so you can see kind of the method. So it clearly shows you how they want you to run, you know, and you may run it different, but this is how we're going to run it for the purpose of our takeoff and all of that and pricing it because that's how they say they want it ran. So we're going to do it the most neatest way possible, even though they do all of that, you know, that's just so it'll be clear to you to separate it from other things. Okay, so we can go like one of these numbers, or we could have just went like that. I like to make it go as straight as possible. It's not going to hurt. And of course, you know, you're going to add 10%. Let me go back and do these. And then we do that. And we do that. Okay, so now, while we just have all of, I mean, in commercial now, what we would do at this point, because we know all of the individual circuits for each of the lighting runs, we assume that the panel was here. And so we're just going to generically run some lighting home runs. Excuse me. From now, like from this point to here, bam, into there. And then, you know, we can just do extra from here to into there from every one that we did. So from here.
I think if I wire this apartment, I will just run 2 home runs for lights.
Okay. So you'll run all of this side together probably, and then all of that side?
The back one side, yeah.
Yep. Okay. And so that's you. I gave you a little extra home run, so that's okay.
Okay.
All right. So that's enough for that one.
Mhm.
All right. So let me take these off, and now let's do the power. Okay. So for each of the rooms, you know, we're just going to run each of the rooms together.
Chain.
Yep. As a chain, exactly. So power runs, and not home runs, but so now we'll do one of these numbers.
Same thing, I will do the master bedroom in one circuit and another home run for the living room. And
Exactly. Yep. Run them all together. And then you probably run these together or something. And then all of these, or maybe 3 of those, you know how you do it. Maybe 3 and 3.
yeah. For code, it has to be 2 countertop circuits.
Okay.
So
Okay.
how many GNC I can have countertop, but 2 and 3 and 3 or 3 and 4, that's okay.
Okay. So yeah, let's just add a little more. Let's do this 3 and then 3.
Oh, you have another one next to the wrench.
Yeah, you know what? And these I was run separately.
Yeah, the wrench maybe is 240 because
Mhm.
it doesn't specify. Maybe it's gonna be electric.
Yeah, right. I always run those separately.
But
You
the
know,
wrench is-
you and I always think about the panel in my, like when I had an apartment, what were on separate breakers? Like the air conditioner,
Oh yeah.
The stove, right? The refrigerator, so in terms of home runs, that's kind of how I run it. Okay, so I see what you're saying right here. We got another
Yeah.
GFCI over there. So we're going to run it back over here to this
Yeah.
one.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're going to run this home run by itself. So okay, so we don't need that. Okay, now this one
That one you can take it to the other circuit with the
here.
yeah.
Okay.
I would do that.
See, that's what I like. This is why I like working with actual contractors that do the work, because you help me.
If the refrigerator is not too big, so we can share the power from the panel.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's a big equipment, so we run a new dedicated circuit for that.
Uh-huh. Okay. And you know what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You know what? These are
Oh, that has to be dedicated, yeah, for the bathroom.
yep.
So,
Okay,
but
so let's do that. And two, you know what I didn't do? I don't think I counted those bathroom lights. I did not. Hold on, let's go back. Yeah, see, look, these are these wall sconces, bathroom.
oh yeah, sconces.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a different material. So those are round boxes.
You're right. Yeah, yeah. And so I don't think I didn't run any lighting home run to it either. So we do that real quick. Okay, let me turn that back off. Okay. So hold on. Set everything off and on again. Confusing it. Okay, the power run, and we did the bathroom lights. Okay. So now we have all the power, I think. Let's see. Let's look here. And then this, okay, they're together. And yeah, so now we can run the home run. And then I'll break it down to power home runs. And so we're going to do, we have two in the kitchen, right? So say something like that. And then just for extra, we'll do that. And then we have that one. And then we have the living room and the bedroom.
Yeah.
So we'll just like run it like that, just for fun. And then the bedroom. Okay. And then extra, extra for to run all of the low voltage wiring. And I don't know what you're doing like with the HVAC, because it doesn't show if you got to check the HVAC.
Yeah, for the HVAC, I will run a circuit, 40-volt circuit to the bathroom, because or on the hallway for the furnace,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and then the one that will another circuit for the condenser on the roof.
Right, right. So you know what I'm going to do is say add mechanical power. That's basically what that is. Okay, everything, the rooftop units, I'm just going to put it right here. Add mechanical power. So the breaker, right? Do we need a new breaker?
Wire.
Wire. Where is it physically? So we can run it. We'll give it 50 linear feet. So say, for instance, let's say it's right here. If we had to guess, we'd say your HVAC link, because that's what we need to do. I mean, that's what we've got to give it some kind of allowance. And so if it's here, we're going to say, okay, we're going to run it from here to the panel and add 10 feet.
But 10 feet is only for a floor, right?
Say it again.
The 10 feet for the that length
vertical.
Going down, right?
Vertical length, yeah. That's just an allowance for vertical length, yes.
How about if I have to go to second floor, third floor?
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. It's 10 feet per floor.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Plus what you got to do to secure it going through the building, that too. the extra material to have it to have it go inside the building, whatever that extra cost is too. So we don't want to forget that.
Okay.
And yeah, so no security systems you worrying about, nothing like that.
No.
Okay. Well, then that's the basic takeoff. So let's look at, one thing we want to do, let's go back. When you have a renovation, what I always call it is balance the panel, right? Because now you're reconfiguring the whole panel from what it was, okay, to what this is. So you got to change out breakers. That's another thing, breakers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so what you would do is an allowance, you would give it the 40 amp breaker for the HVAC, right? Not the breaker and the safety switch for the HVAC, right?
The
Typically.
safety- Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then I would give it a 20 amp one pole, right? Breaker for each of the general purpose outlets.
And it has to be an alpha breaker for residential 20 amp. Yeah.
Yeah, 20 amp one. Yeah, right. One pole, 20 amp for each of the general purpose outlets, and wherever
And 15 amp for lighting on runs.
yeah, for the home runs, right? The home runs and I mean everything, right? Everything that's going to the panel.
Mhm.
And so you got to figure, okay, for the dishwasher, is it a 30 amp two pole? It's not going to be a 20 amp one pole.
For dishwasher, yeah, one pole, 20 amp one pole.
Okay, the dishwasher,
For the range, it's gonna be two
two
pole.
pole. Mm-hmm. So those are the kind of things, that it would typically, that's why you don't have to worry about commercial. It would typically tell you in commercial. But here, yeah, it's like, okay, what do I need extra? Because even the homeowner, right, doesn't see it on here. So if they get the set of plans, they're like, well, what's this other stuff? Well, an electrical system, we have to update the breakers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So make sure you make that clear when you communicate the cost, because that's gonna make it a lot. Plus the labor for you to reconfigure the panel, right? And you have to, if you're gonna be a great contractor, right? You got to redo the paperwork on the panel, right? The label on the panel to redo everything so it's right.
Yeah. On this project, I have to change the panel and provide new breakers and new panel. Yeah.
Right. So that's going to be a line item on your estimate. Okay. And so let's open up just one that I've already done, and you're going to see when you get it tomorrow morning very early, now that we've already done the takeoff. Okay. So, okay, let me just give you a big, really complicated one. And let me stop this share and share a different one. All right. So, and then next week we're going to we're going to leave that Ross tenant improvement for second to last. Because what I want to do, and I see what you're doing on a daily basis, we're going to do ones like this, but commercial, and work our way up. Okay. So it'll probably be a Dutch Brothers or something, because I do want to do some kitchen ones with you, because yeah, when you talk about the power for the kitchen, it's a pain in the butt. It really is, because everything has a different, receptacle type.
Yeah.
And everything has a crazy breaker. And so, yeah, we're going to do that next week. We'll do the Dutch Brothers. And that's a really good set of plans that you can follow. Okay. So let's go.
I have a question about the cost book, the Craftsman cost book.
Yes.
I bought the electrical cost book from internet, but I was watching one of your videos. It's kind of different, the one they're using.
It depends on when my video was, because they changed it. And so we'll discuss that one after the class. I'll explain it to you. Yeah, because they changed up about 2 or 3 years ago so yeah, we'll go over that.
Yeah, I bought it from Craftsman.com,
Mm-hmm.
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, we'll go over it. It's the same information. It's just about how you access. All right.
And it's hard to find the things. Yeah.
We'll get
Okay,
it.
we're gonna get to that next week.
Yes. Oh, and you know what? I mean, we'll go over it before then. We'll chit chat about it. You know, when
Okay.
you have some time, maybe even over the weekend, real quick, because it's really simple. All right. So now with yours, right? You see, let me make this bigger. Because now, I mean, yours is a downsized version of this one. The Dutch Bro is going to be like this one, okay? But residential is going to be a downsized version of this one. And so we did the separate, uh, the cable, and you said you're going to use Romalex, so we'll price it for that. The straight, um, the straight runs, and then for for commercial, we always use number 12. So we're also going to use the Romalex for the home runs for this?
Okay.
I mean, no, you tell me. For home
Yeah, I'm
runs
gonna
too?
use number 12. It's fine.
Oh,
It
okay,
doesn't
okay.
it doesn't hurt. 14 is just the light, so it's not
Mm-hmm.
too much.
Okay. Okay. So yours is going to look just like this. Now, one thing we don't see here, do they have any kind of like data, phone, cable?
Uh, no, in the plans it doesn't show any.
Yeah, right. So that's something you were gonna want to ask because you figure, okay, well, I mean, well, nowadays, yeah, I mean, it may be a smart home. You know, my son does all smart homes, so
Mhm.
maybe they have somebody else doing that aspect of it. But you know, when you get the estimate back from me tomorrow, it's definitely gonna say that we exclude all of that, right? Because it is not shown on the plan.
Okay.
Okay, so keep that in mind too. So yeah, and if they need it, you know, they'll talk to you about it, but we're definitely excluded
Yeah.
so they don't assume it's in there because it's not shown anywhere on the plan. So you're right. So all of that conduit and stuff, that's usually again for commercial because when we have the data outlets or, you know,
Yeah.
the phone, computer, they always want the box and the conduit going to the ceiling. Okay, and then here, yours gonna be a downsized version of the duplex outlets and then the GFCI ones and you know, and what I'm gonna do is yours like this, special receptacle dishwasher, with the ones that we marked off for the
Mhm.
range. So because those will probably be a different price, right, than the regular general purpose duplex outlet. Okay, so that's what you'll see on yours is that everything we did specifically on the takeoff is going to be like reiterated here on the estimate, which it should. Okay, and then as far as the switches, we're going to have the single pole and then two
Mhm.
gain, and
Mhm.
that's what we figured out on yours. So,
Mhm.
and then figure out, I'm sure they want them like dimmers or something, you know.
Mhm. Mhm.
And then for here, like I said, I'm just going to go through and do the counts. Like we said, the range is something two pole, dishwasher is 21. And I'm going now for GFCIs, is that still 21?
And for GFCI, yes, it's 21.
Okay.
On the countertop, there had to be two circuits,
Mm-hmm.
two for the and another two dishwasher and garbage.
Uh-huh.
Also, that's four. Microwave
Right.
is it's five.
Uh-huh.
Range is gonna be 22. I mean 42 probably.
42. 42 for the range.
42.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then another 21
Mm-hmm.
for outlets in the living
And
room and another for the bedroom.
right, for each circuit. And so what am I gonna say? Oh, for the HVAC, then we're going what?
Uh 32.
Okay. Okay. All right. So
So
yeah,
it's
we'll
more.
we'll fill that in. That'll be all filled in here. And
Yeah.
so we assume that if it's a GFCI outlet, it needs a GFCI break, correct?
What you say?
If it's a GFCI outlet, it also requires a GFCI breaker, correct? Or no?
No, no.
Not
Mm,
always.
No, in residential, most of the breakers are R-pole breakers,
Okay.
and you put the device GFCI.
Okay,
Yeah, you
got you.
install the GFCI device, and you don't use the GFCI breaker
Breaker.
because
Okay.
it's more expensive. Yeah, that
Okay.
way.
Yeah. So you can see here, when we do the kitchen, chances
Uh-huh.
are when we read the panel, it'll tell you that whether they're locked, some kind of locked breaker or a GFCI, because yeah, in commercial we do use those. And then here, yours is going to be a downsized version of however many of the down lights we have, plus two of the sconces for the bathroom. Okay. And so that's
Okay.
going to be easy. And so permit wise, you would know if you have to have that, you know. And then I'm going to give you prices for, I'm just going to put an allowance price. Now, for the breakers, what do we have? How many breakers on this panel? How
I
many
think
positions? Mm-hmm.
uh, you can 1 to 11. You can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the kitchen, and
Mm-hmm.
then you can organize whatever you want. 6 for the living room, 7 for the bedroom, number 8 for the bathroom, and 10 for the lights, living room lights.
Right, right. Okay. Now, the the I should say the panel. I should say the panel. So we need a 12 position panel?
No, yeah, I think 12, 24 spaces. Uh-huh.
Okay. Okay. So
The
yeah.
size of
So
the
I'll
panel.
give it, say it again.
The size of the panel are you asking for?
Yeah, the size of the panel. How
Yeah,
many positions?
12, 24 spaces.
Okay. Okay, perfect. And so I'll give you the price for that, what it says in the cost book, and then you can adjust it. And of course, the man hours to install it, and then all of the breaker costs, and then this part I'm gonna leave blank, and then let you fill that in. And
All
then
right.
here on the exclusions, we're gonna exclude uh, all of any security, any data phone, and that's about it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah. And so, you see the takeoff is pretty simple for this.
And
And I'm going to go ahead.
this sheet, I had to give it to my GC or this spreadsheet
Now,
or
that's
what?
a good question. That's a good question. Now, it really depends on I say, it really depends on your relationship between you and the GC. Because if you have a good relationship, you know, you can embed some equations in here so you can mark up the material by 10 or 15% or whatever. So it really depends. I used to say, no, this is your work product. You don't want to share this part because they'll try to tear it apart. Oh, why is your hourly rate so high? But my thinking is you as an individual, you're going to price it fairly to where they won't do that. And so really I leave it up to you. But nowadays, I would say turn it into a PDF, mark up
Mm.
everything as you should, and then give them this along with your letterhead
Yeah.
with the lump sum.
Without the prices.
Yeah, without the prices. So again, I would recommend the estimate we put together like this Excel spreadsheet, we, mark it up like we should, make it
Mhm.
into a PDF, give this to them along with your letterhead with the lump sum, whatever your lump sum is. I would say give it to them. You know,
Okay.
that way you're transparent, and most people just give lump sums. And nowadays, they want to see details.
Yeah.
And, to give them this really shows them that you have the full scope of work. You understand the scope of work is completed. It's here for them to see that, oh, okay, you've got the right number of lights, you got the right number of switches. They don't have to ask you if something is or is not included, right? Because
Hmm.
it's all here.
Yes.
And I think that makes you more competitive, I think. But hey, try it and see what happens. But I
Hmm.
think nowadays, I think it's best. Well, 15 years ago, I'd be like, no, because they'll just pick it apart, whatever, and won't give you the job anywhere. But in your case, the people you're doing this for. It's not like they're just trying to fish for a number. So yeah, give it to them and make it look very nice.
Yeah.
Yep. And so yeah, yours is going to be in this exact format with everything we just did. Okay. And I'm not going to turn it into a PDF. That way you can add, uh, your overhead, your profit, whatever you want to add to it. And then the cost of all of the regular stuff here, I'm getting from the cost book. So just confirm if it looks like it's right. Usually it'll be a little higher than your actual cost, but not much more, so that's good. So, the switches or whatever. And it's for the complete assembly. Keep that in mind. Everything here, when you see that GFC out, it's the outlet, it's the box, it's the cover, it's the complete assembly. Okay, it's not everything broken down.
Okay.
Okay, so
And I know I'm right now speeding something, but when you had your takeoff on your takeoff program, are you taking every single takeoff and putting in the spreadsheet itself,
yeah,
or you have already done some spreadsheet and you can modify and plug in the numbers and
now I think I gave you access to it, right?
yes, I have downloaded some spreadsheet, but
Yeah,
my
yeah,
question is
that
because if
uh-huh.
you have a big list of material, imagine just transferring all those numbers, values to the spreadsheet is gonna take a little bit longer now.
Well,
Know what I'm saying?
see, now the thing is, um, okay, so you have the man-hour calculator. Okay, that's just for you to know how long a job is going to take, or you to look on there and determine this man-hour unit when you're doing your estimate, because that'll be there. That's what you want to. That's what you use the man-hour calculators for, is to
Mhm,
look on the ones that I gave you for the conduit, the wire, and it's there.
mhm,
So it'll, the man-hour calculator I gave you says what this man-hour unit is. So when
mhm,
you're recreating your estimates, you can insert that number here and edit. You always you have to. I mean, like you said, it would take forever to put everything you possibly would have to do on one sheet. That's why you got to go through, and I'm going to show you. Yeah, sometimes like okay, let me undo this one. Uh, right. So this one, for instance, we got to go through and we got to edit it. Okay, so
mhm,
we're going to get rid of that. So I highlighted it, I delete it.
mhm,
Okay, that's gone, and all we're going to use are the number 12. So delete row. Okay, so now I got to go back and save as, and let me look at what your thing is. Condo remodel. Oops, can't see or spell. All right, 9255. Right. My sister went to Mount St. Mary's College in SoCal it was on Doheny Road. Or it is, I should say. It's still. All right. So I have to actually save it to your file. Uh, uh, here we go. Oh, no. No,
mhm.
that's good. Okay, so we don't need none. Oh, yeah, we do. We're going to run number 12s for the power. And we put it in 3/4 inch. So we delete that. And then 0. And then I say copy, Control C. Control V. Makes all that 0. Let's make that 0. But you see what we got to do, everyone?
You gotta erase everything. And do it
Mm-hmm.
for the project you're doing the
That you,
estimates.
yep,
Yeah.
for the project you're doing. And then, uh, okay, yeah, we can keep that. Telecommunications. We don't want to say lighting because we're including that. No demo included on this one. I will take out switch gear. Uh, we'll take keep meter. Take that out. Keep that. Okay, leave that. And let's take all that out. Okay, so, oh, got to change the address. And the contractor's name. And the date.
Ladies first. Yeah. Ladies first.
And this is what we want to do if it has, okay, here we go. Approval date 3/21/23. Oh, it's almost close. Based on plans and specs, 3/21/23. Okay, so we look on the right band. We always want to see that. Save it again. Okay, and so now I just got to fill in the blanks, confirm the material prices, and that labor rate. You want to stick with that one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that looks like that's a winning one for me. It's been winning, so that's good. Okay, so what don't we have? Let's see. GFCIs we have. We're gonna get rid of that. We don't have a menu board, so we highlight it, delete that row, and then we have GFCI regular, and then we have, we'll call that one for dishwasher, and then we have one for the range, and then we probably have one for the microwave, and what else? I think that's it.
Bathroom, EFCI.
Okay, yeah, that's part of the regular ones.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. We got, I'll get rid of that. And then let's say switch to game. Which we'll just no quads. We don't worry about junction boxes. We do have those. And so it's a new panel, right?
Yes. Single phase.
So we say 750 maybe. What about the main breaker? Did we do that for the
No,
panel?
no. I don't think we're gonna change it. We're not gonna change it.
Okay, we said we needed 42 for,
42 GFCI. Yeah, that's gonna be GFCI. The
okay,
range.
and I'm gonna take that out because I gotta check that price. And so we said we got about, let's get about 10 of these.
32 for the HC, for the HVAC.
And we don't need, so. That seems about right, right?
Yeah,
10 of those, you think? And some
10.
spares?
Yeah, I think 10 or 11. I think 11. So good. 122 for the furnace. One for 1 and 1. That one is fine. We need that one for the fan coil indoor AC. Yeah.
And then we have 20, was that 20, 21 of those. And 2 of those. So about, right. Oh, you know what we forgot? Smoke detector and CO2. This copy, Control C, and then Control V. And then we got to go through, make sure we get that out. And I say about, I give 109 for each one. Got to have some kind of markup. Oh, we had, all right, 2 of those. And GFCIs, we had 10. And then do 15. And one, and one, and one. And that's 2, that's extra. And we had okay, now let me see it. Oh, just 2.
Mm-hmm.
Just 2 smoke detectors. And 8 of these. One panel. And we had the lighting was 131, so 132. Oh no, 151. And so we'll add 15. So let's just say 170. And then power was 180, 164. So let's say 190 on that one. And then home runs were, we're going to add the home runs together. Lighting home run was 120. Power home run was 115, so that's 235. 135 plus 10%, so let's just add 25 to that. That's 260 times 3, 0, 18, 780, number 12. All right, so 780. And then the conduit, 260. Gotta check these prices before I send this to you. And the breakers, all those, except for those, I think that's okay. And then I'm gonna leave that blank for you to determine, but
Mhm.
that's bare bones, okay? 8,980 basically.
Small question for the downlights. The price is 109. It's
Mm,
that's coming from the cost book.
No, I just threw that in there. We'll check.
Oh, okay.
That's the cheapest downlight you can find, okay?
No, I
Probably.
think because I think it's too expensive because the new construction that I installed it's like $20. Plus the trim it's another $20. So the
Oh, okay.
material is
Okay.
just like for $45.
But you gotta mark it up. Come on.
Yeah.
Okay. And the sconces, same thing, you think? Yeah, those about
Uh,
25,
Maybe. Yeah.
30, 35 each. Let's make
Yeah.
that 45.
Hmm.
Okay, so you said that was too much. Okay. Well,
All right.
yeah, I mean, I'm gonna send it to you like this. So anything like I said, and I did say, sometimes the material I'll mark it up a little bit too much. So knock it back down. But you gotta think about when it comes to material, you gotta get it delivered to you, gotta unpack it, you gotta arrange it. All of that is, you gotta charge for that. And that's
Yeah.
why you mark up the material. Or, if it's a lot, like in this case, it's not a lot, but imagine if you have, 100 of these to do, you know, and you got
Yeah.
100 of them you got to unpack and assemble and put together. You got to charge for that. So,
Yeah.
we start doing it on a small scale,
All right.
and two, we gave you an hour to install them. I'm sure it takes you less, but think about this: the lower of amount you have. So I only have to install 21. Well, if I had to install like 300, I would give them probably half the time, because the more you do, the more efficient you get and the more breaks you give them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Hmm.
that's the difference between residential and commercial. Like residential, you don't give them no breaks. Yeah, I need an hour in residential to install the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? But when you get to commercial and you have so many more, it you allow a whole lot less per unit, because yeah, I'm installing 500 of them or even 100 of them, and it's going to take me a
Yeah.
whole lot less time once I get the hang of it. So
And I
yeah,
think you gotta give a better price now when there is
yeah.
more more
Exactly. Yeah. You
too
give
many
them a better
bags. Like
price. With
like.
residential, you don't, because it's one small job. You'll never see them again,
Hmm.
and that's it.
Yeah.
So, all right. So I'm going to close class here.
Okay.
I'm going to check the prices, get this to you before I'd say 8 o'clock my time tomorrow. And you'll
Yeah.
be ready with this one. And if you have any other questions about it, let me know. And
Okay.
then, just know for next class, we're going to go over the Dutch Bros. So, just review that set of plans. But we're going to
Hmm.
get right into the power portion of that, which I think you'll be real interested in how, you got to break that stuff down. And it's very complicated. I think you'll like that one. So, all
Okay.
right. Okay. Let
Sounds
me know
good.
if you have any questions. And thank you so much, too.
Okay. You
All
can
right.
do
And as soon as
too.
I get that back, I'm going to get it back to you. I don't know why
Yeah.
Venmo does that.
I
It's
don't
like,
know.
that's
Yeah.
stupid, but I'll let you know as soon as I get it. I'll reverse it right back
Hmm.
to you.
Yeah. Let me know if you had your money back in
Yes, I will.
the one I paid the invoice. I think it
Yes,
went out.
yes, yes, I will. All
Okay.
right.
Have a
And
good
I'll get
night.
this recording over to you too. Okay.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. Have a good one. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Bye.
Bye
See you.
bye. Hey everyone, this is Stacy. Welcome back to the channel. And in this video, I'm going to review pieces and parts of how we break down a full, this is more like a community. They call it the Great Circle or something, where it's a community of individual buildings, and this is for the electrical set. And so what you're looking at here is all of the secondaries and the transformers. And of course, with this, it's very simple. Should take you just a minute, where the primaries will come in somewhere, and I believe all the purple is the primary. And then from the primary, the secondary, from the transformer to the building. And it shows approximately where the electrical room is and where the panels are. And so for this, you know, you have to do a couple of things. You have to determine how many linear feet of PVC, because unless it says otherwise, it's typically underground, it's PVC. And then we're going to come out of the transformer underground, right, PVC, to the building. And then at some point, we're going to stub it up. And so you want to add for the stub up. And so for this particular project, we broke it down in a lot of separate pieces. There were about 11 different types of apartment buildings. And so we produced an estimate for each apartment building that included the load center or the panel for the building, or the panel for the individual apartment. But then the feeders from the load center to wherever the electrical is in the building is part of the building power. So the feeder from the load center for the apartment to the breakers and to the panel for the building itself, that's part of the individual building estimate, because yes, there's an individual building estimate for all the corridors, all of the rooms that they use for offices or whatever they use the rooms for the stairways, but we don't include the individual units. Those are separate. And so what you have to do is determine how many of each type of unit you have in each building, and then you have to add that to your building estimate. Okay? And so for this simple part, for the site work for the electrical, real simple. There were a lot of mistakes on the plans, buildings 100 through 800, but then for some reason, they called building 400 the roof for the building, or the roof one, vice versa, one or the other, 8,000. So, you know, we put kind of 2 and 2 together, but I'm sure there'll be another set of plans for this because there were a lot of mistakes. So always look for mistakes, but this is the first video I wanted to present. So again, we broke it down in parts. First part, the site work, all the underground conduit for the primaries and the secondaries, and then all of the dots, or where we counted the stub-ups for. So now we have to transition, or we just leave it at the stub-up, because we'll include all of the conduit for the building, from the stub-up for the building and on. Okay, and so site work, each individual building, what we call common area. Then, because there are buildings in a fitness room, and then each of the individual units, there were about 11. And then we broke down, they made it very difficult because your mechanical power, they don't give you that just right out. You just have to do it different. So I'm going to describe and show how we did that differently. So this is just a small example of how, when you have a lot of buildings, this is what they'll show you, how the secondaries and the primaries are situated and how they're ran. And it didn't give us any indication for any communication conduit, so we didn't add any. So you only add what you see. If it doesn't give it to you, don't add it. And we didn't add it. Okay, and so this is the first part. If you have any questions, email me at either estimates@sfjohnsonconsulting.com or education@sfjohnsonconsulting.com.